I like lawyers that can put it into one sentence, your flavor of the case, your whole case in one sentence. Look at the actions, not the actor.
Look at the actions, not the actor.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2. Check me out right here, yo.
Yo, the sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Better now than never, business before pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam, who you know do it better. Yeah, right, no matter what, we airtight. So when you hear something, make sure you hear it right. Don't make an ass out of yourself by assuming our music keeps you moving. What are you proving? You know that I'm 2 levels above you, baby. Hug me, baby, I'ma make you love me, baby. Talking crazy ain't gonna get you nothing but choke. And that jealousy is only gonna leave you broke. So the only thing left now is God for these cats. And babe, you know you're too hard for these cats. I'ma win cause I'm too smart for these cats. While they making up facts, we making up plaques.
In the commission, you ask for permission to hit him. He don't like me, hit him while wifey was with him. You heard of us, the murderers, most shady. Been on the low lately, the feds hate me. The sun is they say my killing's too blatant. You hesitating, I'm in your mama crib waiting. Not taping, your fam, destiny lays in my hands. Gat lays in my waist. Francis, M to the is H phenomenal. Gun rest under your vest, body abdominal. Rhyme a few bars so I can buy a few cars. Then I kick a few flows so I can pimp a few hoes. Excellence is my presence. Never tense, never hesitate. Leave a nigga bent real quick, real sick. Raw nights I perform like Mike. Anyone, Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, action, back guns, ridiculous. And I'm quick to bust if my ends you touch. Kids or girl you touch. In this world I clutch. 2 auto, Matos. Used to call me Fatso. Now you call me Castro. My rap flows militant. Y'all faggots ain't killing shit. Oops, Cristal keeps spilling shit. You overdid it, Holmes. You in the danger zone. You shouldn't be alone. Hold hands and say it like me. The most shady. Frankie baby. Fantastic. Graphic. Trying to make dough like Jurassic. Parked in. Pick the spark kids who start shit. See me, only me. The underboss of this Holocaust. Truly yours, Frank White.
I got the real live shit from front to back. To my people in the world, where the fuck you at? Where my niggas is at? Where my niggas is at? Where the fuck my bitches at? Where my bitches is at? We got the real live shit from front to back. To my people in the world, where the fuck you at? Where my niggas is at? Where my niggas is at? Where the fuck my bitches at? Where my bitches is at?
Put your money on the table and get
How you guys doing? This is Covert Radio, and this is brutally honest, fearlessly unapologetic talk radio. Covert Radio is delivering the highest level of discerning insight into events, people, and the contrived lies of the demented time. We have an unbelievable amount of information to get to in this. And, there's so much information in this that I hope I can get to. I hope I can get to all of it. I really do in one rip. I'd prefer that. There's a lot of things I could address, but I'm not. It's like I just, Covert Radio. I don't know how to explain it to you. Put it this way. Eventually, I'm positive it all comes out, no matter what. And I mean that 100% across the board for everyone. Okay. And I love how, especially people like Owen, who says, I don't have anything to hide. I have nothing to hide. And I've said, you have he says he has no secrets, right? And my response to that always is, you have no secrets except for the secrets. He has completely embarrassed himself. And he can't feel shame. There's no way. You don't go on the internet and podcaster about being honest, right? Oh, finger my ass and da-da-da. Okay, a podcaster about being honest, right? Yeah, I love squirting to my wife, telling me about, all of her sexual prowess, all the partners. I'd make her spit on me and tell me that I wasn't good enough. Like, these are all things that I've covered that other people have covered. And there's no way that he can feel shame. Again, I said, you have no secrets except for the secrets. That's everybody on planet Earth. I don't care if you have a podcast or not. Like, it does not matter. And the information that's going to come out in this video here is mind-blowing. I'm not going to fall into these traps. You know what I mean? I'm just not. I'm not going to play along. I don't play along. I don't play games. I don't play your games especially. But what I will do is expose them. I absolutely will expose them. And let the public decide. Let the pieces fall where they may. Covert radio, I would not say is, ad hoc information. But at the same time, I prefer, not overloading people and not overbearing people and not, giving a lot of non sequitur or just nonsensical stuff. Every one of our shows are produced. Every one of the shows have a trajectory in it. And this video here is I'm telling you, it's unlike anything you've probably seen from me to date. So there's really no better way to jump into this except just start. And I'm not sure of the title just yet, but it's going to be something like, was Owen Benjamin compromised? Covert Radio uncovers the unbelievable connection to Israeli intelligence. And again, this isn't something that is a revelation. Not at all. This is something that I never really thought that would have to be explained to the point that I'm about to explain it. And I'm going to show you because, see, there's people out here that have no clue, no clue what they're involved in. Let me say this again. There are people out here that have no clue of what they're involved in. Now, just because you can go live, just because you can hit broadcast, just because you can create yourself a little YouTube channel and, go around aboutsy and play content and whatever, that doesn't mean you're a content creator. That does not mean that you belong at this level, I should say. And you will never, ever, ever beat me at this game. Ever beat me at this game. I play for real. I play for keeps. This is a war, and I'm a tank. Was Owen Benjamin compromised? There's an unbelievable amount of information we're about to show you here. I'm about to show you that will connect Owen Benjamin to Israeli intelligence. And I'm talking about a couple steps of, what do they call it? The degrees of separation. The video I opened up with is attorney David Hackenfar, which is representing Owen Benjamin right now in the lawsuit levied by Adam Camacho. And I have a few clips I'm going to play of David Hackenfar because he too, along with Owen Benjamin, are in this same realm of, very few degrees of separation from Israeli intelligence. I'm going to take you down a rabbit hole that you don't know exists. I'm going to show you a wall that you can actually pass through. I'm going to have you think in this. I'm going to have your jaw drop in this. You're going to understand things that you have never in a million years would have put together without covert radio. So let's just get started. I want to show you guys this here first. About a week, not even a week ago, I was reading this article because there's a lot of things I read. I'm a reader. There's a lot of things that I look into, and then I watch stuff too, but you can't disregard the value of print. And the amount of information that I show you guys regarding Owen Benjamin compared to the amount of information I have, again, are two different things. That, again, and I hate to say it's ad hoc, but it is. It really truthfully is, because I could make every one of my shows 2 to 3 to 4 hours. I promise you that. But I don't, because I know people don't have the bandwidth. But I also know that people will listen to this broadcast, the core covert radio listener. They'll listen to this 2 or 3 times by the time the next drop comes from covert radio. You're hearing my voice because you belong here, and you're hearing my voice because you resonate with this level of information. So I was reading this article. This is from Dexter Van Zyl. He's a writer for the Times of Israel. And it's about Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin's rants are not comedy, but incitement. Now, it's about a 6-minute article if you want to listen to it. We're not going to read it down through this, but we're going to touch on a couple things. Owen Benjamin, a failed actor and comedian, is transitioning. He is starting his 3rd career as a professional Jew hater who solicits donations from people who share his anti-Semitic worldview. To earn his keep, he promotes hate and hostility towards Jews in general, and one Jew in particular, conservative commentator Ben Shapiro. Promo code 20% off. Promo code Shapiro, right? When was this written? This was written a couple years ago. Promo code Shapiro. I also opened this video. You saw that Owen Benjamin has been friendly, a friend, a cohort, a co-host, a full host of Alex Jones' Infowars. You saw that. And that was back in 2018. Okay, that was back in 2018. That first one. I'm going to show. There's over 10 or 15. I'm not going to show you all of them. There's just certain ones I want to show you. See, some people know that Owen has been on Infowars, or he's host. How can I do it? Hosting the 4th hour of Infowars is going to be comedian actor Owen Benjamin. So yeah, the 4th hour. Some people know that. Some people know he's done that. I don't think a lot of people realize how closely he's been tied to Alex Jones. How closely he's been tied to the Infowars machine for the last, going on decade. 2018. It's 2025. So, but again, we're not going to read down through this. It's basically just a lot of Owen stuff, quoting him. I have a dream that one day people will be able to stand up and say, I find the Jews are very sneaky. They seem to be a bit predatory in their lending practices, which is funny because, Owen, you act like you invented the wheel. This has been going on for literally Centuries. Centuries, buddy. You know that, smart guy? You know that, right? This mantra, I'm not denying it, but I'm telling you, this level of vitriol has never, ever, ever really worked. And it's always been, in my opinion, a ploy. And I'm going to show you guys that. We're going to go down through so much information here. It's insane. It really, really is insane. You know, Vladimir Lenin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. And, you know, dealing with people like, say, Alex Jones, you know, Alex has been a direct command and control over this level of vitriol for many, many, many years. And I've never not been critical of Alex Jones, ever one time. Same thing with Trump, same thing with Elon Musk. You know, my criticisms of them and who they are and what they do is straightforward. I mean, it's sad that so many people fall victim to the hokey doke. They don't have the capacity for the understanding. But when you finish this video, I have no idea how long it's going to be. When you finish this, your world is going to change. Your eyes and ears are going to see things and hear things differently. But again, this mantra of, I mean, this has been going back since the Romans. I mean, so this is nothing new. This is nothing new at all. And this is part of what the Christian Crusades were basically about, a big part of it, because the Christians did not believe in usury. You know, there was no interest. It was interest-free loans. And, you know, it forced a lot of people. Well, I'm not getting into that. This is going to be way too long for a history lesson. But anyway, I read all the way down through this article, and it gave me a feeling of like, wait a minute here. Just, wait a minute. I've seen this before. I might have seen this before 1,000 years ago. Do you understand what Covert Radio just said? What if I'm Nephilim? What if I'm not even real? But what if I've seen this? What if I've seen this before? It feels very, very, very familiar. Here, wait, what's this? Benjamin also has a problem with the Talmud. On March 12th, 2019, Benjamin took to YouTube to post a video titled "A Question for Jews," in which he asked Jews to talk about passages in the Talmud that disparage non-Jews and offends the religious sensibilities of Christians. The fact is that every religion has texts containing problematic passages about non-believers. Yeah, like Jesus Christ is boiling in a vat of excrement, you know, and his mother, you know, was impregnated by a Roman soldier. She was a whore. So yeah, there's a lot of teachings in the Talmud, and we're not getting into this, but once I read this article, I was like, it kind of gave me a weird feeling of like, there's something a little deeper here at this point with Owen Benjamin, because, you know, it's hard for a lot of us here listening to my voice. It's hard for you to have a look from an elevated view. You know, number one, really how small our neck of the woods is compared to, you know, the vast majority. But then again, too, how big of a reach Owen Benjamin has had, how big of a reach Alex Jones has. And the fact that Trump is a central component to this, I'm going to keep reminding you of that and showing you that through and through. We're going to talk about race politics as well, because again, this is nothing. I've covered it ad nauseum, the level of bigoted racist that Owen Benjamin is. And I'm not talking about to Jews. I'm talking about to black people. I've covered that countless times in my videos. It's clearly documented. There's been TikToks from normies who have pointed out how racist Owen Benjamin is. I mean, this is not a new revelation, yet he just shows up on the Hodge twins. I'm in the comment section, and I'm like, Owen, why don't you sing the bike song for him? Sing the bike song for the Hodge twins, buddy. Yeah. But see, race politics is a very, very, very valuable thing. You know, like Trump is the great white hope, right? Trumpy's the great white hope. So it's like, but the reality is, and I don't, you know, how do you get there? Like, it's not how do you get there, it's how do you fool so many people? Like, how did they fool the vast majority of Americans to be basically just, I mean, they are unbelievably broke. They live in unbelievable poverty. They have no jobs. They're on full benefits, whatever they can get. You know, in 2016, Trumpy, make America great again, bring us our jobs, everything. And all that's happened in the meantime is insane amount of rhetoric for, you know, the vax. I'm not getting into all that. You guys know what Trump's responsible for in 2016. Just like he's going to pardon Fauci or Biden will pardon Fauci, whatever. But the reality is Trump's allegiance is impossibly against you. It's not, it just blows my mind of how many people, how simply they've been fooled that Trump is the great white hope. Again, I don't hate Trump. This isn't about Trump at all. The core of it, though, all of this leads back to Trump, though. But it just blows my mind that these people in 2016, 2015, 16, they're in the exact same position they were then, probably worse off now. And yet they came out in droves from their trailer parks and projects. All races, creeds, they all came out in droves. More than ever. More than, or 2020, I mean, you know, to vote for Trump now more than ever. Like, it's unreal. It really, really, really is unreal. I want to show you guys this here that also, and I'd love to get Made by Jim Bob's perspective on this. I was going to send it to him, but I still want to do my little take on this. And I'm curious to see what his take would be. But I have a little addition for this graphic cartoon of Jeff Bezos that hits that his paper Axed goes viral. So this is so Hitlerian, and it's so like communist. It's so crazy that there was an editorial cartoonist. She quit her job at the Washington Post after her manager killed a cartoon that criticized Bezos. So, and I'm not going to read down through it, but it's a Pulitzer Prize winning editorial cartoonist. She said that she quit her job at the Washington Post after management axed her drawing of billionaires, including Jeff Bezos, which is the paper's owner. They're bending the knee to Donald Trump. Last month, Bezos, the immensely wealthy founder of Amazon, dined at Mar-a-Lago, and his company donated $1 million to Trump's upcoming inauguration. How many Americans are employed at Amazon? Just curious. Forget, and I'm not talking about American robots. A lot of their warehouses are becoming more and more automated every day. What about the people they've quashed that are trying to unionize? Forget about it. Subcontractors. Make America great again, Jeff Bezos, right? But, you know, of course they're giving Trump money. The amount of money Bezos made since Trump, when the first time Trump was in office with the pandemic, is through the stratosphere. And that includes every billionaire that this cartoonist had drawn. She put in Bezos, her name's Ann Telnace. She said she drew a cartoon that criticized corporate titans, including Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, the Patrick Soon-Shiong, in addition to Bezos. There's a few more in there. Let's see here. She said this is the first time in her career that a paper killed the cartoon because of the content, basically who it targeted. Here's a sketch of it. This is the draft. You see Mickey Mouse there on his face. Mickey Disney's on his face. And there's Bezos and is that Bill Gates? I don't know. There's a few more. They're all, praying to the what did Benjamin Netanyahu say? Trump, King David, the king of the Jews. The king of the Jews is back, right? My take on this would be having Netanyahu stand on his shoulders. You see that up there? Yeah, right here it cuts off. I'm gonna redo. Well, never mind. I should have had it done for this, but yeah, we're gonna put a big Star David somewhere up here or whatever. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it. And Democracy Dies at the Washington Post. She wrote Norman Ornstein, a contributing editor to The Atlantic, in an ex-post, an allusion to the paper's slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness." So there you have it. Now, do you think it's going to stop here? See, this is what blows my mind, that people can't understand what's about to happen in America. Do you think it's going to stop with Bezos axing free speech, axing print? I mean, a clear violation of your constitutional rights, her constitutional rights, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, but. Like a communist country, now there's filters. Now you can't criticize the kings, right? But Trumpy's going to make America great again. I'm going to give my job back at Black & Decker. Is he? Oh, okay. The race politics that was also involved with Trump every time he has run is off the chart. But it's crazy, again, if you take an elevated view of this. The young Americans, like the young people and working age people, that's all they know. All they know is race politics. And it started with Obama in February of 2007 when he announced his run for the president. That was almost 20 years ago. And that's the introduction to race politics. And it's become so normalized that whether you'd want to or not, you have to make that part of your political arsenal. You've got to cater to every demographic now. You've got to cater to everybody's sensibilities now. And especially at the pyramid top is, or at the higher part of the pyramid is the race alone. You know how many black people came out and voted for Obama simply only based on the fact that he's black? Just like Kamala Harris, they've tried. I mean, all the commercials and she's in Detroit with her, "You better thank a union worker." Shoot, right? She's not even black. But anyway, it's what this is about. What I'm saying is, you think it's going to stop here with Bezos now? I'm not going to skew, and I'm actually stopping at that. I'm not going to skew too far in any direction because there's so much stuff to get to. There's so much stuff to cover. And, I'm trying to lay down a foundation of where this goes. And I'm going to show you how Owen Benjamin fits directly into this. just try to keep the key points in mind that I keep making here. So enter Owen Benjamin and Alex Jones and controlled opposition. And I'm not going to get all into this. And you guys probably already know, the vast majority of Covert Radio listeners are intelligent. And, you're here for a reason. Whether you've listened a year ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, you've tried to find videos of mine that no longer exist. Oh, that's right. I was never shadow banned. That's right. Even though in my own Discord, the Covert Radio Tribunal, I continuously, even for the last 6 months, just copy paste emails from Google, from YouTube, telling me the next video they took down and for what reason. But you're not going to get, and the next video they took, and videos that just mysteriously disappear. I've been documenting this for years. But yeah, I'm not. It's bullshit. I've never been shadow banned, right? Okay, so, but I know the vast majority of my listeners are smart people, and they know what controlled opposition is. They know what COINTELPRO is. They know about psychological warfare and black propaganda and on and on and on and on. Oh, but Covert Radio, how does that apply to Owen Benjamin? He's a farmer. And he has a family. He lives on meager means from his greenhouse and his goats and his wife, and she's happy and she wears an apron, and his children play violin by the fire. Right? Yeah. Okay. How about this? Again, what if I tell you that I'm going to link Owen Benjamin to Israeli intelligence? What if I tell you that? What if I tell you I'm going to link him to counterintelligence or a counterintelligence program, which in reality is in full swing? And at some point, I promise you, we'll have a payoff that's astronomical. And what I mean by that is Hegel's dialectic, the Hegelian dialectic, the problem, the reaction, the solution. Just like Elon Musk is the savior, quotations, of free speech. And you can go on Twitter or X and it's all this and anti that and this and that and blah, 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 and death videos and all these threats and all this craziness. But a lot of vitriol against Israel. A lot. How long do you think that's going to last? And on top of that, I told you since the beginning of this, my opinion, this is all language model AI programming for Grok. There's no way that they could manufacture and manipulate the human brain chips, mold them into the human being without really understanding the human. So when you feel like you have full, free speech and I can say whatever I want and the censors at Facebook would never let me say this, but I could say it on X. Really? Every word, every phrase you've ever typed on X has been sent into language models. It's been sent into your digital dossier. Data is the biggest gold mine on planet Earth. There's zero reason why the billionaire Elon Musk why would he care about free speech or that humans have free speech? And I'm going to prove to you that he doesn't. It's already started. The payoff, though, for this covert operation, the payoff, this counterintelligence program, it's going to have to do with the patriots or the white nationalists or, these people who have clamored behind Trump believing that he is the great white hope. Jesse Lee Peterson has called him the Great White Hope. All these mainstream people have alluded to it. But the reality is, it's just insane that people don't understand what's happening here. You know, again, with Hegel's dialectic problem action reaction solution, the payoff is going to be massive. The payoff, whatever the Israelis, whatever Mossad, the CIA, whoever, or all of them, all of the above, because we're going to link them all. Whatever their payoff end goal is, it's already in motion. It's already in motion. You could call me crazy all day. Make up your own mind after I give you the information. Make up your mind after I give you the information. Because you know what? I think you're crazy for believing what you believe and believing what you have believed. It's for being so gullible for people like Owen Benjamin to believe that he's a farmer, to believe that he's living off of tomatoes and beans and, out of his greenhouse or whatever while drinking fresh squeezed goat milk, right? And his wife's with her apron making goat cheese, and we're going to sell a tutorial for $33 making goat cheese. I think you're insane for even entertaining that could be a possibility of reality. But the other side of me is I don't blame you. I don't, because I know a lot of the people listening to my voice, and I mean the bears and the ex-bears. I mean, I don't think you had the eyes to see. I really don't. And even after everything I'm about to show you here, again, some of this stuff, I promise you have never seen. You had no idea. You're still not going to believe me because the illusion and the delusion and the media that is surrounded this is so powerful, so perfectly wielded that it's almost impossible to undo. I opened up showing this right here. Let me find it real quick. That's not it. I opened up showing you guys. I guess I closed it. So it was this right here. This is from 2018, okay? Let's talk about Owen Benjamin's public relationship with Alex Jones, his public relationship with Infowars, and his public relationship with free speech systems. Again, this was 2018 right here. And I'm just going to play about a minute of this. I want you to see Owen's, the way he's going to carry himself here, the stern, all business, 2 buttons undone, and I'm here for the business. We're going to talk This is 2018. This is, right now we're at Owen Benjamin version 33. I'm not I haven't been able to calculate what version of Owen Benjamin this is. In 2018, but I'm going to hit play on this for a couple seconds here.
For just a few more days, every order at the AlexJonesStore.com gets a free limited edition, very handsome.
I have no physical memories of this, and I don't remember where it was or when it was or why it happened. But it's true.
Well, do you mind if I break into your allegations here? Because I'd like to allege...
Well, questions are rape, but go ahead.
All right, folks, this is... Well, this is going to be a tough segment because we're going to have to get really into the weeds here, and we're going to have to bear down and focus and get serious here.
That's why I'm here.
Because here's the deal. We've got Judge Kavanaugh having a lot of allegations and accusations thrown his way. These are decades-old allegations. All the witnesses say it didn't happen. The woman's lawyer is tied up in leftist funding and movements. Even the woman herself is tied up in leftist protests and stuff. And, you know, there's no evidence. She even says she doesn't remember that night. Kavanaugh denies being there. So, I mean, that's obvious proof, right?
Well, I find her very inspiring.
Yeah.
And, I think that it's time more of us came forward about.
So, there's there's Owen Ben Hameen, the political correspondent all of a sudden, right? Owen Benjamin, the political correspondent. So, here he is with Owen Schroyer, Infowars 2018, and, he's all looking into the reality of what's happening with Kavanaugh and the confirmation hearings and allegations and da-da-da-da-da. Okay, whatever version of Owen Ben Hameen that is, not sure. But, then we have this here. This is with Alex Jones this time. In September of 2018, Alex Jones and Owen Benjamin discover the key to the internet. It's Honey Smacks, and I'm sure it's so brilliant. And then we have, again, this isn't all of them. This is just ones I've picked out. Rather, he's with mainly trying to find the ones where he's directly with Alex Jones. You won't believe what Owen Ben Hameen does to Barack Obama and his lies. This was October the 29th of 2018. The lies of the left are being exposed like never before. Alex Jones and Owen Ben Hameen break down the rhetoric coming from the left as Owen exposes Obama's latest manipulative tweet. Oh, now you're a psychological operation expert, Owen? You're going to break down? Did Daddy teach you that? Yeah, we're going to get into that a little later. Alex Jones has talked over and over and over and over again about Mommy and Daddy's ties to the CIA. And I really wonder now if dear old Daddy was tied in with the CIA somehow with his high-powered wizardry. His stints with Reagan and C-SPAN and everything. Was Owen Benjamin groomed for this like Alex Jones was? We're going to talk about a lot in this. We're going to talk about a lot. Here's another one. When was this? This was, has Owen Benjamin gone too far down the rabbit hole? December the 21st of 2018. This is again Owen with Schroyer. This is a war room situation there. We're going to go a couple more here. This is Owen Ben Hameen. Defining words and reality with Owen Benjamin. Now, this is March 11th of 2019. Words have become redefined by the left over time. Owen Benjamin breaks down how that shapes reality and takes your calls. So you see the pattern here? Owen is being called in by his Israeli intelligence asset twice now, directly with Alex Jones to decipher Obama's tweets and the manipulation of rhetoric behind it. And now in 2019, he's here to decipher and break down how words shape reality. Okay. What qualifies you for that? I thought you were a comedian. What's your qualification, Owen? You can't even change the tire of a vehicle, but you're qualified to what? Oh, Covert Radio, he's just a farmer. He's a farmer living off the land and a goat herder living off of tomatoes out of the greenhouse. Hater. Jealous. You're a hater. You're so jealous. I'm jealous, really, of you and that I can't live in this droll, blissful world that you believe is real. That's what I'm really jealous of. That's what I'm jealous of. Here he is again. This is, when is this? Let's see here. Oh, just as June of 2023. Owen Benjamin, we're already deep into a collapse. The guy who has no job, he has no employment. He has no venues that he actually works out material in. He's supposedly a comedian. He doesn't even work part-time at Walmart. He doesn't talk about any investments. He talks about really nothing with the stock market whatsoever. As far as I know, he's really had nothing to do with crypto or any, but yet an Israeli intelligence asset, Alex Emmerich Jones and Infowars, goes to Owen Benjamin, who's going to explain the nuance of the collapse that we're all in. What do you know? What do you know? Wow. This is the newer version of Owen. This is, watch. Owen Benjamin makes a case for going local as Great Reset kicks into high gear. You understand the buzzwords here? The great. So you go from this here, right? You know, you go from, where's your little moniker here? You're so serious, correspondent, talking about the nuance of Kavanaugh and the confirmation hearings and blah, 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 blah. I got my top 2 buttons undone. I'm very serious here with my mug of coffee. I'm authority here, but all the way to let's go local and sell tomatoes on the side of the road. The Great Reset is here. Time to go to the woods, everyone. Time to go to the woods. Oh, this is with Adam King. Oh, familiar name, right? Because that was Adam King that David Hakamfar was with in the beginning of this when I opened it up. Adam King and David Hakamfar, which is Owen Benjamin's attorney, have done several podcasts for Infowars, with Infowars. And now, Owen Benjamin does podcast with David King. Or Adam King, I'm sorry. Adam King. And that was what? July of 2023. Here's one more. We're going to get into the exclusive. Owen Benjamin joins Infowars to break down victim consciousness in a must-see new interview. This is October of 2023. And that's with Alex. That is Owen and Alex there. And then we have one as recent as March 27th of 2024. Owen Benjamin hosts the final hour of the Alex Jones Show today on March 27th, 2024. Take your calls. Owen Benjamin going to talk about the Jew and the Jester and how that makes sense. This is COINTELPRO. We lead the resistance because we control it. So, we got, we just going to make sure everybody's comfortable with being a white American. White American. You understand what I'm saying? You're going to be a white American. Yeah. So, does Alex Jones, Infowars and Free Speech Systems, do they give their platform to just anyone? How many people could you name right now that has hosted with Alex Jones or Alex Jones's fourth hour? How many people? That list, I'm just going to tell you, is a very, very small list. It's plenty of names you would know about. But as for unemployed, irrelevant, nothings really at that point, they're hosting you see what I mean? Do they give it to just anyone? So let me ask you this. This is for the mathematicians out there. Do you know the probability of a farmer comedian, just one farmer comedian? There are 8 billion people on planet Earth. So one farmer comedian out of 8 billion people, and we could even narrow that down. We'll just say the United States, there's 335 million people in the United States. So you have one farmer who's a comedian out of 335 million people in the United States. What's the probability that they would end up with Alex Jones? What's the probability that they would end up hosting the Alex Jones, who has a direct link to Trump? This has been set over and over and over again. This has been exposed. Alex Jones himself has stated he has direct access to Trump. So what is the probability that anybody, just one farmer, comedian, would be even anywhere near the Infowars, bubble? Over 10 times in just a few years span. What's the probability of that? Anybody can give that to me? Because at the end of the day, Free Speech Systems, which is the parent company of Infowars, they have about 50 people employed. This is where it's going to get crazy, okay? I really want you to pay attention to what I'm going to tell you here, okay? In fact, we're probably just going to do this here. Because I want you to focus on what I'm about to tell you. There's about 50 people that's employed at Free Speech Systems, which, again, is the parent company of Infowars. One of the few people at the top, the upper brass, the top brass, one of the few, it was about five people out of Free Speech Systems, out of 50 people that are employed with that company. And I can't count, I don't know the number of people who are employed by Infowars alone. Because like Owen Benjamin, who has a myriad of LLCs and shell companies, Alex Jones also has a myriad of shell companies. And I'm going to prove that to you out of his own mouth, out of his people's own mouth coming up. And they put it like this. They'll come up with a new T-shirt idea and start an entire brand new company to sell a T-shirt. They'll go register an LLC. They'll do all the paperwork. They'll put it in motion, get a domain, blah, 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 T-shirt, whatever.com, and put and this is a way they can avoid tax. Listen, this isn't what this is about, okay? But just know that there is a formula here. There is a formula here, okay? This is going to get crazy, I promise you. One of the few people at the top of Free Speech Systems is a woman named Daria Karpova. She was brought in for a deposition to testify for her knowledge, involvement, whatever, documents, this, that, orders, dealing with this Sandy Hook situation. One of the biggest awarded lawsuits in human history, $1.5 billion. Last I checked, $1.5 billion settlement was achieved against Free Speech Systems, Infowars, to benefit the survivors of the Sandy Hook incident. She was brought in for a deposition, one of only five people. Rob Dew was one of them. Kit Daniels, Paul Joseph Watson. All these names you've heard 1,000 times if you're in the diaspora of alternative media, right? You've heard Kit Daniels 1,000 times. You've heard Rob Dew. You've heard Paul Joseph Watson. We just showed you Owen Benjamin with Owen Schroyer, right? And Alex himself. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 right there. Out of 50 plus okay, people at Free Speech Systems. Only 5 of them was called in for deposition. The 6th one is Daria Karpova. Top brass. She also was on the stand for a few days during the trial. You're not running to go and get paper clips if you're brought in as the top brass for a 5 or 6 hour long deposition. You're not going to get coffee and pushing buttons on a soundboard if you're on a trial, if you're in trial on the stand for 2 or 3 days, right? Does the name Daria Karpova sound familiar? See, no, it doesn't, right? Because you'll never hear Alex Jones mention her name. You've heard him say, Rob Dew, Kit Daniels, and then Paul Joseph Watson, Owen Schroyer in the war room. You've heard those names 1,000 times. You've never heard really Daria Karpova, right? So that would tell me she's on the inside. She's not out in front. Do you know who she is with relation to Owen Benjamin? Daria Karpova is Russian correspondent bear. Daria Karpova is Russian correspondent bear. She is a bear. One of the top brass at Infowars. Brought in for the deposition in one of the single biggest awarded lawsuits in modern history. During her deposition, she was asked by the Sandy Hook attorneys, one of the attorneys, because he said, it's not really clear. And I mean, I'm just paraphrasing here. He said, it's not really clear what it is you do. I want you to explain what you do, what you make, this and that. She said something like her salary was $125,000 a year. She's a salaried employee. And he goes, but I've heard a lot of things about you, Daria. I've heard that you are indeed, because she's like, I run the soundboard. Oh, but you're at the top, Praz. Your name's never heard, but you just push buttons on a soundboard in a 3-building complex, right? Shrouded in mystery, right? With, the typical CIA mislabeling as if there's all these little companies around in this plaza, like Oak Shipping. And I'm going to show you an image of that. Pete Santilli went there several years ago, about 8 years or so ago, and he went right to the Infowars building, but they had, just like the CIA does, they put a label on the door and, it's a front company. It was like Oak Shipping or something. Which one could argue, I'm the tip of the spear, and, I got to protect myself, and, we got to have anonymity, you know what I mean? Or the other, right? She was asked if she is, in fact, Alex Jones's executive assistant. Because the attorneys from the Sandy Hook people have heard a lot of things about Daria Karpova, right? This is what they said in the deposition. This is on the record. I don't believe you, Covert Radio. Okay, so let's watch a couple minutes of her deposition then here, okay? This is Daria Karpova. This is Russian correspondence bear, and this is her deposition. Some of it, we're not going to watch all of it, in December a couple years ago.
And today, your job title would just be producer?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had any other job titles at Infowars?
No.
Okay. How much does Infowars pay you a year? Or actually, let me back that up for a second. Are you paid as a salaried employee or an hourly employee?
Salary.
Okay. Then same question. What do you make yearly for Infowars?
About 125,000.
Okay. I have in looking into Infowars itself. I have occasionally seen reference, usually outside the company, of you being referred to as Mr. Jones's executive assistant. Is that a role you play, or have they got that wrong?
I wouldn't know where that's coming from.
Okay, that's what again, it's outside the company. And I think a lot of people say a lot of things about Infowars without really knowing what it is. And so sometimes I may think that I know something about what's going on in Infowars, and please feel free to correct me. I take it as a producer, the main functions of your job is to ensure or to facilitate the creation of the video and audio broadcast that Infowars creates. Is that right?
No, I would say it is my job to facilitate the live broadcast
Okay.
and production thereof, pre-production as well.
Okay. So things like, let's try to separate this out. Infowars does a live show pretty much every day?
Correct.
Okay. And then that live show is sometimes distributed through other channels like the internet, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you know band.video.
Yes.
You understand what that is. Do you have any involvement in running that website?
No.
Okay. So in other words, the live production side and the internet side, those are would you describe those as two different parts of the business?
I'm not sure how to could you repeat that.
Well, what I'm interested in is the amount of overlap between the people who are working with you to create the live show every day and the people who are running the website and putting articles and videos on the website and band.video. Is there significant overlap between those two groups?
I would say no.
Okay. And do you have, as a producer, I take it you have managerial authority over different employees. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. If there's somebody doing something involved in the live show and they're doing it incorrectly, you have the power to tell them to do it differently, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mark, one sec. I just want to stipulate or note for the record that I don't believe this is covered by any of the topics in your deposition notice for the corporate representative. Just for purposes of the record to denote that. I'm not otherwise going to stop you from asking them, but I just wanted to note that.
Right. Do you have managerial authority or I guess maybe...
So, I've watched, a few hours of this. It's about a 5-hour long deposition, and she's very meticulous. She's very, she'll pause and take time to really think about what her answers are going to be. And, it's a little startling, I should say, because it's very unnatural. She's always looking off to the attorney there, which, whatever. But that's Russian correspondence Beartaria Kapova, top brass, one of the only 5 or 6 people that were under deposition for a $1.5 billion Sandy Hook settlement. So, I mean, you know what I mean? And we're gonna jump into so many things here. I want to show you guys this. This is Daria on the stand. I think she was there two or 3 days. We're just gonna play a moment of this.
And then we talked about how on January 10th, as we
Yeah, I'm not waiting for it. It's not that important. It's not. It's just something I wanted to show you guys. And, I'm hearing so it's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence, Covert, is it? What's the big deal? What's the what? Okay. All right. So out of the hundreds of millions of people in the United States, right? Out of all the employees at Free Speech Systems and Infowars, the one who has been loosely linked as Alex Jones's executive assistants is, again, one of only 5 Infowars employees that were subpoenaed to give depositions, including Alex Jones himself was one of those people. The handful of people, Alex Jones being one of them, She just so happens to be a bear? Okay. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. It gets a lot deeper than this. What if I told you guys, as I showed you in the beginning of this video, what if I told you that the attorney that Owen Benjamin hired to defend himself against the lawsuit that was brought by Adam Camacho was also connected to Infowars? And by proxy to Israel, right? And I mean, I'm not saying David Hackenfar is by proxy related, connected to Israel. He's directly connected to Israel and Infowars. But I'm saying Infowars is by proxy to Israel. Hackenfar is directly linked to both of them, where he has family. David Hackenfar has family in Tel Aviv, right, in Israel. I mean, I'm just speculating, that it's possible that Owen Benjamin's attorney, David Hackenfar, may have dual citizenship. That's just a speculation. I don't know that. I'm just speculating. In the United States, in Israel, right? So, I mean, if you're coming jet-setting back and forth to Israel, you're doing live broadcasts with Infowars correspondents from Tel Aviv because you're there with family or for a family event. I mean, is it that far of a reach to assume that you are a dual citizen? Or at the bare minimum, possibly, your wife could be, and maybe if you have children that they would, be granted what's called the Israeli citizenship under law of return. So they'd have their automatic Israeli citizenship under law of return, which would make them dual citizens, right? Oh, hey, by the way, that just so happens to apply to Alex Jones. The law of return also applies to Alex Emmerich Jones because his children are Jewish. His first wife, Violet Nichols, who Alex has 3 children with, she was also, the children were also granted their Israeli citizenship under the Israel's law of return. So, that's just reality. I mean, as for Hackenfar, you have family there, you're doing podcasts there, you're talking Infowars, correspondence, and, is that a farce? It's not. I don't know. I don't have the proof of it. I'm just speculating. So what? Good. You know what I mean? Either way, David Hackenfar, which is, again, Owen Benjamin's attorney, did a live broadcast with Infowars, Adam King, right? On Adam King's show. And, again, I showed you previous to this that a couple minutes ago that Owen himself has done Adam King's show. So let's see here. Adam King, Alex Jones, David Hackenfar, Owen Benjamin. Russian correspondence pair, Daria Karpova. All 0 degrees of separation, right? Out of the billions of people on planet Earth and 350 million people in the United States, those 4 people are directly related, and that's just a coincidence? Okay. Well, it's going to get a little deeper, isn't it? I'm going to show you a couple clips here, because again, there's nothing that if you don't believe anything I'm saying, other than the data I overbear you with, look into for yourself. But I'm going to show you this here. Let's see here. We're going to play, oh boy, where are we at? We have so much stuff. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, it's loading. I'm hoping. And maybe not. It says not responding. It's all right. It'll come on. Again, you guys, I have so much stuff that's open. It's literally unbelievable. And, I always say, oh, I should have reset my system. I did reset my system before this, but I have probably 150 things open right now. So we're tasking. And I know, across multiple monitors, there's a weird thing that happens sometimes. So let me see. I'm going to close it and see if we can relaunch it and see what happens. We'll close that, and then let's see here. Actually, let me do this. Hang on one second. All right, here we go. We'll see here. Oh, that's what it was. It wanted to launch on one of my other monitors. So it was actually trying to launch in two places. So let me play this here for you guys. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to welcome everybody to a brand new edition of the Adam King Show. I am your host, Adam King, and we are here with a special episode 39 covering the indictment of Donald J. Trump, President Donald J. Trump. And for this episode, I have brought on an attorney, Attorney David Hakimfar, who is going to be discussing with me some of the details pertaining to the case that you may have not heard. Without further ado, I want to bring in my guest, David Hakimfar from Hakimfar Law and Associates. David, welcome to the Adam King Show. I should say welcome back to the Adam King Show. You actually joined me on, I believe it was the American Journal when I was hosting for Harrison Smith.
That's right.
Yeah. So you're actually calling in from Israel. So we are getting the sunset right now in Tel Aviv. What's it like out there in Israel?
It's beautiful. Actually, here we're hanging out with some family today, talking to a lot of them about the situation. Israel is booming. It's done very well over the last few years. Their inflation has not been as severe as ours in America. But what has been very severe is how they were treated during the COVID lockdowns, with being forced. Everybody that we've met here, there's a lot of distrust that has brewed from the forced injections. Every family member that we have here has at least 3 injections, and
wow.
There is just it's very sad. It's
at
very
least
sad.
3. So that means that some have had more than 3, correct?
Correct.
I wonder, did they get the secret sauce injections? Did they get the not so secret sauce? Did they get the same ones like Trump got, which is just saline, in my opinion? I know that it's always, we got to lead by example, but I don't know. Are there Israelis dropping dead playing soccer in the middle of a field? I talked to a lady the other day at Walmart, just lost her husband, and complications due to the vid. And she herself said, she's like, and I could just tell see, this happens to me all the time. She just wanted somebody to talk to. And for some reason, I'm that dude for almost every time I go out, honest to God. I've had strangers cry to me, literally, and I'm hugging them. I don't even know them. It's such a gift, honest to God. It's a gift. Thank you, Lord. It's a gift that people feel that healing vibe for me, or is that, hey, I can, and I've always said that I'm an empath. Give it to me, I'll carry it. I got massive shoulders. I will carry your pain. Share some with me. And I could tell she just lost her husband. And, she was like, and, the other thing is and then I have heart problems now. I have heart problems. She's like, it doesn't even run in my family, nothing. She's like, she has AFib and all this. She's going through all these things, and I asked her, I said, well, did you get the shots? And she started crying. She's like, you're like the second or third person that said that to me. completely oblivious to the dangers of it. Just did what she was told to do. Just did what she thought was going to keep her safe. Her and her husband safe. And now she has irreversible heart damage. Oh, she had the Moderna one. So, I mean, you know, I don't know. Are they related? Are they related, YouTube? I don't know. Probably not. That would be a conspiracy. I'm not at all saying that, YouTube, Google. Put the little warning symbol now under this video if it even makes it out of fucking encoding. Okay. So that's my question. Did they get the secret sauce, the secret sauce, or did they get the saline? I'm just curious.
Couldn't do anything. They couldn't go to weddings. They couldn't go to parties. They couldn't do anything. It was very severe here.
Now, you're an attorney in California. You're in Israel just for a family event. Our viewership is mostly Christian conservatives who happen to love Israel.
Oh, yeah. They happen to love... I can't. Yeah. Do they love going to the Israeli government-funded, state-funded museum that has Jesus Christ as Ronald McDonald hanging from a cross? Do they love walking down the ancient streets and getting spit on by all the Hasidic Jews? Do they love that? Christian nuns being punched in the face? Get out of here. Clown. Oh, yeah, and here's Owen. I can't with this. Here's Owen. Same dude right there with Adam Knight or whatever his fucking name is. Adam King. Adam King hosts Owen Benjamin for now it's comedic perspectives and his deep insights and all sorts of shenanigans. Don't mess us special episode. Owen Benjamin and Al. How's it going, Owen? Exclusively on Infowars on the Adam King Show. Out of here. Let's hear about Trump.
Unfortunately, it's not going to end. They're going to push, and they're going to push, and then look, you know, there's an expression that security agencies have. Sometimes you don't need to put a wall up to block someone, to prevent someone from going somewhere. You just have to put a stone in their shoe. And they're putting in all these little stones in his shoe to try to prevent him from being able to go forward.
Oh, brilliant.
That's a great analogy.
Yeah.
All right, so the Trump aide is screwed.
Brilliant tactic there. Let's see here. What security agency is that? Is that Mossad? What security agency put stones in people's shoes?
Look, you know,
would that be considered lawfare too? Is that like asking somebody for billions and billions of documents and overbearing motions? Would that be similar? You just keep putting stones in people's shoes?
There's an expression that security agencies have. Sometimes you don't need to put a wall up to block someone, to prevent someone from going somewhere. You just have to put a stone in their shoe. And they're putting in all these little stones in his shoe to try to prevent him from being able to go forward.
Brilliant.
That's a great analogy.
Oh, yeah, brilliant. How about this?
And there's something called the crime fraud exception, where if it is found that a lawyer is somehow aiding or abetting in the in a client perpetuating a crime, that could be admitted into evidence. And
wait a minute. I have a question. Because I ask a lot of people this, and nobody can seem to answer me. I've asked Owen. I just asked him live, or maybe it was probably pre-recorded, but it was, playing in a live stream on the Hodge Twins show. I just want to know where Beartaria Campground is. Does anybody know where Beartaria Campground is? Mr. Hackenfar, or should I call you attorney? Do you know where Beartaria your client has a perpetual fundraising situation that started in 2020, where at one point he said he raised over $200,000 in less than 24 hours, and he wants to build a Beartaria campground so that if you give him $400, you can have 2 weeks vacation there. But I can't find it anywhere. Did he disclose to you where it's at, or that wouldn't be? I mean, because Adam Camacho was there. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Because I just want to see where it's at. I cannot find it. It is on none of the 70-some acres that has been purchased by Owen Benjamin through a couple different LLCs. And there's nowhere you can sign up if you gave the $400 to secure your 2 weeks of camping. There's a bunch of fields where there's cow piss and shit in Missouri that I could pay another $400 or $500 to go there and sleep on a pile of cow shit for 2 days in September. But there's no campground there. There's not even a roof. There's a tent that they put up that has some mold in it, but I'm just curious. I want anybody, Adam Knight, what's your name? Adam, Adam King. Do you know where Beartaria campground? You've talked to Owen before. See, maybe that's it. I've never talked to him. Maybe one of you guys know where Beartaria campground is. I just want to know. If it is found that
a lawyer is somehow aiding or abetting in the in a client perpetuating a crime, that could be admitted into evidence. And a judge said that part of the notes, that part of the attorney-client communication could be used as evidence against Trump. So Trump, an attorney and a client, there's a reasonable expectation of privacy, but even Trump asking the question, just asking the question, which obviously you have to respond to a subpoena like that. You have to play ball, but just asking it, that is coming into evidence, and that is being used to paint him with a bad light. So it's really going to be difficult. That's why I believe he's being deprived of his Sixth Amendment right to effective counsel. He's being deprived because he has to be very, very careful of what he talks with his lawyers about.
Speaking of lawyers, I want to ask you guys a question, and this is for the mathematicians out there. Hi, Daria. I want to ask you guys a question. Okay, so right now there are just a little more than 1.3 million lawyers in the United States. To be precise, there's 1,322,649 as of January the 1st. Okay. Now, just in California, where Adam King has stated that, and we know that Owen has stated that David Hackenfar is from California. Just in California, there's 167,709 lawyers, okay? So there's 1.3 million in the United States. There's close to 200,000 in California. Okay, so what is the probability? And I'm sure it's immeasurable. In fact, I know it is because I've asked AI about this. I think it was Grok. The probability is immeasurable that and here's number one, Owen Benjamin is directly involved with Alex Jones and Infowars. Then 2, Owen Benjamin is directly involved with Adam King, who is directly linked to Alex Jones, who's directly linked to Infowars. Then number 3, Owen Benjamin is directly involved very closely, I may add, with attorney David Hackenfar, because he's his client. Owen is Hackenfar's client. who we just watched, David Hackenfar, multiple times, this was just one, multiple times, has been directly involved with Adam King and Infowars over multiple Infowars podcasts, which would basically directly link him to Alex Jones. Okay, wait a minute. Wait. Okay, these numbers. Oh, God. Hold on. I need some boner pills. Alex, can you help? I need some boner pills or some brain meth. I don't know. So these numbers, I can't. In my head, it's numbers. I just see. Can anybody make a suggestion where I can score some gray matter, go-go juice? Anyone? Can anybody help a brother out? You know what I mean? Can you help a brother out where I can get some boner pills or some brain meth? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
On that note, I want to pause for a second. I want to direct our audience to this link right here above my head. I want everybody to click and go to InfoWarsStore.com, support the broadcast, support what we're doing, getting guests like David Hackenfar and others to come give us unbelievable advice. David, do you shop at Infowars Store?
I do, and I enjoy the Turbo Force Plus and the Brain Force Plus. I think every attorney should have that in their arsenal.
Nice. Excellent. Yeah, you know, some of those late nights crunching documents, I can't imagine how you get through without something like a Turbo Force Plus. So click the link, go to InfoWarsStore.com, support the Infowar, do your part, keep us on the air, and keep us bringing you guests like this. Going back to our interview.
Thanks, fellas. I got to get some brain meth right now at a 400% markup. Well, geez, how do I have those numbers? Well, I don't, but the Southern Poverty Law Center does. So we're going to look at the real numbers behind Infowars and Alex Jones having to sell his fishing boat. But first, let's ask the audience. Are you guys at all convinced about what I'm putting? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Okay, never mind. I said I'm going to ask AI, okay? I'm going to ask Grok, maybe again, okay? The probability, you guys know what probability is, right? That's an actual equation that you can, figure out. What is the probability of 4 random people? This is honest to God what I put into Grok. The probability of 4 random people from the world population working for the same company in the same country. Grok had said the probability of that happening is almost immeasurably low. It's extremely low. It's considered almost immeasurable because it would require multiplying a very, 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 very small fraction by itself 3 times. So you could calculate the probability for one person, each person at a time. And you would divide the company's employees count by the world population. And I mean, we're talking the probability of this. I don't even know if you could read the number, the amount of zeros. And that's times 3. Okay, that would actually be times 3. So do you understand how unbelievable this is? The degrees of separation between Owen Benjamin, Alex Jones, David Hackenfar, Israeli intelligence, the top brass at Infowars and Free Speech Systems, Daria Karpova on the screen right now being a bear, Russian correspondence bear. Do you understand how insane this is? Well, you're crazy, Covert Radio. He's a farmer. He's a farmer. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys something. This is only the beginning, okay? This is only the beginning. I want you to really strap in because we're gonna go to the next level right here. I want you guys to watch this, okay?
Our world is an increasingly complex place, full of risk and opportunity. The ability to make sense of it and make confident decisions can determine control or disadvantage, foresight or miscalculation, even the difference between success and failure. Unfortunately, today's overwhelming media environment makes it nearly impossible to distinguish news from opinion, truth from spin, what matters from what doesn't. For 20 years, Stratfor has built an unmatched geopolitical intelligence platform of people, information, and methodologies that reveals the underlying significance and future implications of emerging world events. We've built our reputation forecasting shifts in geopolitical power, helping businesses, governments, and individuals seize opportunity and mitigate risk. We are continuously investing in innovative technology that empowers our subscribers and clients, powerful tools that create new ways to consume our insights, giving you the power to define your view of the world based on your interests, your people, your assets and investments, so that you can access perspective when it matters to you. Just as world events, geopolitical shifts, world history, and the future itself are all connected, so are Stratfor's insights, living and dynamic, just like our world. Globally engaged citizens, leading businesses, governments and organizations across industries, across geographies, look to Stratfor when it's time to make sense of the world and forge a path forward. They know context is power when charting a course, when defining strategies, weighing investments, protecting people and assets, or even simply developing a more informed point of view. The world isn't getting any simpler or less perilous. You need a partner that delivers a clear guiding signal in a sea of noise. That is Stratfor. That is your world in context.
Stratfor. Stratfor is an Austin, Texas-based Zionist-run intelligence gathering conglomerate. It's a tool that publish the media that they're involved in to create and sway perception, reality, people's ideology is on a next level. Stratfor was implemented in Austin, Texas in 1996, almost the exact same time that Alex Jones and Infowars came onto the scene. I'm telling you, this is going to go to a level that you don't expect, okay? On the tip of the spear, I predicted 9/11. Did you? Did you? Are you? In the government white papers. Really? Is it? Or is it a very, very, very intricate system of psychological warfare and black propaganda? So much so that even the hierarchical structure of free speech systems and Infowars is set up as if it really truly is a CIA front, just like NASA is, just like the military is. With the military, every project is compartmentalized. The same structure is with free speech systems and Infowars, and I'm going to prove that to you. Stratfor's connection to Alex Jones has been documented for about 8 years now. Actually longer. But see, what's happened is since this overtaking of the internet, and, you know, there's this theory that we're actually not even on the internet. We're on a version of the internet. And I'm really starting to buy into that theory because I know for a fact that there's information that you cannot find anymore. So where is it? Where did it go? Where did it go? Is it on the real internet and we're getting a copy of it? Because from my expertise with internet protocol, I know for a fact that the vast majority of people are on a very instantaneous copy of the internet. There's a DNS system of broadcast, listen, broadcast, listen, broadcast, listen. And it happens over and over and over and over again, multiple times a minute. If DNS somehow, I'm not getting into this with packet technology or anything like, I'm not getting into that. But what I'm telling you is we are actually, see, like, what do you think the ISPs are? Like, say, I don't know, Comcast, Time Warner, whatever, you know, or now the cell phone companies, Verizon, the bigger one, you know, AT&T or whatever. It's like there's a literal monopoly on the internet. There's a literal monopoly on the access to the internet, the means, the traffic. And it's funny to look back through time and you see what they did to Bell Telephone back in the day, and they created the baby bells because no one company can have a monopoly on communication. Well, that doesn't exist anymore because the Israeli lobby is so massive. There's so many, nothing you believe is real. And I'm even talking about, do you really believe we live in a democracy? Do you really believe we live in a democracy? We don't. It's a republic. Listen, don't. Okay? It's not real. None of it is real. It's an illusion. It's a well-crafted delusion with such nefarious control mechanisms that you don't even realize. And the people of the planet like Owen Benjamin and, say, Alex Jones, just to name two, who are wizards of manipulation, but they're empowered. That's what I'm trying to prove to you. I'm going to show you. It's not, they wouldn't be able to be wizards unless somebody gave them their cloak. Just like Alex Jones wouldn't be able to be the tip of the spear unless companies like Stratfor would be guiding his every move, unless Mossad would be guiding his every trajectory. I mean, again, the fact that you guys have stayed on board to the point where I just have a feeling out there, if you listening right now, you specifically, you know where this is going. You know where I'm going with this. The reality of what's happened here, and I'm talking about what's happening in our little neck of the woods right now, is not natural. And I really question the timing of everything. You see what I mean? And I'm not getting into this really at all. Not yet, at least. But the fact that you have Alex Jones and Owen Benjamin so closely related is undeniable. And then you add in other elements of that. Prove me wrong. Again, Alex Jones is the tip of the spear because he is given the wood and the arrowhead. He didn't whittle it, and he didn't what do they call it? Flint making or whatever. Flint mapping, when you sit there and you grind down a piece of glass or a stone into an arrowhead. He didn't do that. He was handed the spear already done. Right here, I'm going to show you guys a picture. This guy, his name is George Friedman. He was he's a political scientist, but he's the actual CEO. He's the founder and chairman of Stratfor. Okay. So, let's see here. Unbelievable as it may seem, George Friedman was born to Jewish parents who survived the Holocaust. That's similar to when I covered, and I don't even know if this video's alive yet, still on Covert Radio, because I'm so not shadow banned or any. My videos are a joke, and they never get removed from my perception, according to some people in the neck of the woods. Get the fuck out of here. I want to be like you. Okay, I want to be just simply entertained, okay? And look what he did today. Yucca, yucca. Just like Albert Bourla, when I covered that with Pfizer and his mom, I know for sure, was in a Nazi firing line until her brother or brother-in-law, somebody came, paid off a Nazi official, and pulled his mother out of sure death. That is the CEO of Pfizer, okay? And now here's George Friedman on here on the left, who is also an immigrant from Hungary, whose parents survived the Holocaust. And, it's the classic story of, growing up in New York City like they all do. It's a big club, and you're not in it, right? So this picture on the right is Alex Jones. This picture of George Friedman here was taken at Stratford, which Stratford is actually located inside of J.P. Morgan building in Austin, Texas. They share the same building. Oh, that's remarkable, Covert Radio. Yeah, Stratford and J.P. Morgan Chase share the same building. This photo of George Friedman, the founder and CEO of Stratford, which is an Israeli intelligence conglomerate, was taken inside of his office. This picture of Alex Jones was on Infowars for many years under the About Me or whatever it is, or Give Me Money or whatever. That's just a coincidence, Covert Radio. That picture of Alex Jones wasn't taken inside of Stratford. Oh, okay. Maybe it wasn't. But, I mean, well, what are the chances? Mathematicians, probability of this? What's crazy? You want to know what's crazy? Alex Jones has been directly linked to Stratford several times. One, there was an anonymous hack that went down. And this was only a few years ago. And there was also information in WikiLeaks, but I'm not getting into that right now. But it revealed that the paid clients of Stratford's intelligence forecasting service, one of them, which was directly tied to Alex Jones of Infowars, because there's two Alex Joneses, if you dive deep into this rabbit hole. But specifically, one of the paid clients of Stratford's intelligence forecasting service was tied directly to Alex Jones with the email address, the number 1 old path at Infowars.net, which, again, is a domain that's owned by Free Speech Systems and Alex Jones. 1 old path at Infowars.net. The other thing is the picture here. And the main thing, though, that tied Alex Jones to Stratford was a former employee who was a Stratford intern named Molly Maroney. And she was editor-in-chief of Infowars magazine for years. So the reality of their connection has been proven. And the availability of information surrounding this is been buried and buried and buried and buried and hidden and buried. You know, a little bit ago, I was talking to you guys about, I think it was Pete Santilli that did a deep dive into where Infowars Studios are located. This is Infowars Studios, but if you'd really look at the picture here, and I'll blow this up for you, you'll see that there's all kinds of different names here, like blah, blah, blah technologies and Pine Electric Corporation and Nano Master Inc. and, you know, this and that and that and this. What else? There's, let's see, I can't see that one. Work Steps, and there's Oak. What was the one Pete Santilli had? Oak Shipping was this one. That's this picture here. And you can see by the awning here and whatever that that's the same brick pattern. You see the window here. You see this here. That's that same reflection. See that? Let me make sure you guys can see that. Yeah, you can see that. Okay. Yeah, so Oak Shipping, which again, like I said before, is very typical of you know, some CIA covering up. But see, dealing with Pete Santilli, and I'm not even getting into this, and this is going back to like the BLM and the Bundys and all that. I'm not getting into that, but he has been basically outed as an FBI informant, and I've always knew there was something weird about Pete Santilli, but this building here, like I said, is surrounded by finance companies, tech companies, whatever. And I mean, there's no proof of it, but they all could be CIA front companies. We all know Alex Jones is connected to the CIA. He's talked about it for years. See, that's the thing about them. They tell you the truth all the time. And I tell you that with Owen Benjamin. He tells you the truth all the time. And they like to keep all their front companies together so they can protect each other. There's a lot of companies in that complex. There's also this Texas State Attorney General's office, who's also a Republican. At one point had an office there. But like Nevatech and Nanomaster, Universal Leasing and Trading, you know, all of these occupants include U.S. government-linked and Israeli-linked companies. Every one of them. Peak Holdings, Pinnacle, and Metaphor, Technology Farm, all of it. And again, right down the road is Stratford. Right down the road. You know, there's I just, there's so much, man. There's so much. I said before, you know, with all these buildings, I'm trying to read the one on the bottom here. There was one, but I know one was Oak Shipping, and that was the Pete Santilli one there. But I mentioned before that, like, you know, all these clamored together. They like to keep their little front, because Alex has said himself, oh, the 3 buildings, across 3 buildings. Well, there's 1, 2, 3 with a gated private entrance right here. Private parking, no windows. You know, the CIA, NASA, the military, I mentioned this before, is completely compartmentalized. And they do that for a reason. It's almost like the mob, too, is compartmentalized. Like, you know, Fat Joey don't know what Skinny Tony's talking about because it was relayed by Nikki the Glasses. And so, I mean, it's like everything's compartmentalized, so nobody can, a lot of times, be directly implicated or have insulation. And I said before when I told you this, I'm going to prove to you that Alex Jones's Infowars and Free Speech Systems, to which, where's she at? Daria Karpova is one of the upper brass members, who's also a bear that goes by Russian Correspondence Bear. They're so compartmentalized at Infowars that they had to bring in an attorney named Brittany Paz. She was hired to represent the corporation of Free Speech Systems during this trial, during the depositions with the Sandy Hook stuff. They hired a corporate representative. Do you understand what I mean by that? What I'm telling you is Alex Jones insulated himself as an employee. You have Daria Karpova, Kit Daniels. I named them all. That was all under deposition. But there was nobody with a clear hierarchical control of the company. That's a little odd, isn't it, for such a multi-million-dollar company in the revenues of tens of millions of dollars a year, who just lost a $1.5 billion lawsuit, who employs 50 plus God knows how many people. It's odd that they don't have a corporate attorney that has been there for the last 10 to 15 years, or an employee that's the manager. No. Nobody knows what the left hand is doing, what the right hand is doing. And really, I don't really think none of them know what Alex Jones really is doing, a.k.a. or Stratford. Possibly. More than likely, right? They had to bring in an attorney named Brittany Paz, who had 2 weeks to go over everything. She's not even an employee. She was given 2 weeks and like $30,000 running up to the deposition to represent the company, Free Speech Systems, in a $1.5 billion settlement. Let's watch some of Brittany Paz's deposition here. Just a couple minutes.
Have you ever represented any of the defendants as an attorney?
No.
Mr. Jones' company decided to hire you to testify as if you were the company itself, correct?
Yes.
When were you selected to act as Free Speech Systems corporate representative?
I think that I was officially hired the last week in the last week in January, first week in February. So January 31st, February 1st-ish, that week. It's been about 2 weeks.
When you say officially, and let me back up, you understand that there was a designation filed designating you as the corporate representative, and I think that was last week, maybe Wednesday. Are you aware of that?
I don't know when it was filed. I didn't file it.
As far as an official selection, that was done well before that.
I wouldn't say well before that, but it was done before that if it was filed last week.
Right, so a few weeks before that, at least.
Not a few weeks. I've only been the corporate rep for 2 weeks. I think as of today, it's been 2 weeks.
Okay, you've had 2 weeks. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because you said January 31st, February 1st?
I think that was a Monday, January 31st, so that probably was the day when everything got finalized.
Is January 31st, February 1st, that time period?
That's right.
Is that when you began your preparation?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that time, you had no meaningful knowledge regarding any of the topics you're here to testify about?
No.
So everything you're going to testify about here today is because someone either told it to you or because you read it in a document, right?
Or watched videos, yes.
Okay, or came out of a video.
Yes.
For this deposition, because this is how we've been talking about it in discovery, I want you to conceptualize a document as not just written things, okay? And I'd like for our discussion for you to conceptualize it as any generally representational, tangible thing, right? So videos, any sort of notes, handwritten notes, anything. So not just typewritten documents. And so when I say documents, I want you to think about the universe of things that you may have drawn information from. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. You have any special expertise or credentials in news media or journalism?
No.
Do you have any special expertise or credentials in corporate finance?
No.
Do you have any special expertise or credentials concerning the practices and protocols in information technology?
No.
Okay. I've had depositions before, and I think as an attorney, you're familiar with what a deposition is.
Yes.
Okay. I've had corporate representative depositions before, where sometimes I've had an attorney who's represented the company for a long time, so they have a lot of knowledge, or I'll have a former employee who no longer works for the company come testify because that person has a lot of knowledge, or I might have an expert in a certain field that corporate representative is supposed to testify, and they come in to testify about it. So for those areas, I'm usually pretty understanding why the person is here. For you, what I want to ask you is I'm just trying to figure out how you got selected. And is it just that you're an attorney that Norm Pattis knows, or do you have some sort of special expertise outside of criminal law that makes you well suited for this deposition?
I think the reason why I was selected was that there needed to be a person to represent the company who had broad knowledge of the topics that are listed in the deposition notice. I think you've previously deposed a couple of people that did not have that knowledge. The reason for that being that the company is just not structured that way, with one person having singular knowledge about everything in the company. And so I think they needed somebody who had the time and ability to familiarize themselves with that information, and that was me.
Okay. And when you say there was nobody they were looking at to select for this deposition who possessed that broad knowledge, you don't possess it either, correct? Or did not, at least as of February 1st?
I didn't as of February 1st, no, but as I sit here today, I believe I do.
Okay. How much money total will you be paid in connection with being Infowars corporate representative in this case?
I've already been paid, but my fee was $30,000 plus costs.
Okay, how'd you arrive at that figure?
That was an internal discussion, just negotiation between myself and the company.
When you say negotiation, can you explain that? Did you offer a figure and they counter-offered? How did that work?
No, I think I was offered a figure to start, and then we went from there.
What do you mean you went from there? What does that mean?
I mean, there was a starting number, as
Okay.
many negotiations go. And
Can you tell me what that starting number was?
I think the number was 25, and then I just negotiated a little bit higher, 30.
Okay. And that number was negotiated and finalized before you did any work?
Yes.
Okay. Have Alex Jones or the company, or wait, have Alex Jones or any company related to Alex Jones paid you for anything else?
Other than my testimony for this deposition? No.
Do they plan to?
I think I may be representing the company up in the Connecticut for the corporate rep deposition. I believe that's going to be sometime in March. But aside from that, no.
Okay. Now, you understand you're a fact witness, right?
Yes.
You understand that payments to such witnesses must be carefully circumscribed. Do you know what I mean by that?
Can you?
Sure. Circumscribe means to do an action carefully to ensure that it fits in with relevant rules, regulations, and standards. You understand that payments to you must be carefully circumscribed, right?
Sure.
Okay. You understand you have professional responsibilities as an attorney that may affect how much you can and cannot be paid for fact testimony, right?
I don't think that I'm acting here in a capacity as an attorney, so I don't know that I would agree with that.
So let's put it this way. In other words, because you're not representing anybody, you just happen to be an attorney.
Yes.
You don't think you have the same professional responsibilities you would have in your attorney work as you do sitting in that chair right now?
I don't have certain ethical responsibilities to the client. I think my only real obligation is to testify accurately and truthfully as any witness.
Okay. Can you tell me everyone you talked to for this deposition to prepare?
I'm going to object to the extent that it's asking you to identify attorneys who are retained by any of the defendants. Go ahead.
You can answer.
Sure. So I spoke to numerous employees of...
So, this is close to 7 hours. This deposition was 7 hours, almost 6.5 hours. You understand? You starting to understand here? And even the attorney said, I've talked to people who are maybe no longer with the company. I've talked to people who have, they were there for a long time. I've talked to people attorneys even who have represented a company, or maybe not represented, but worked for them 15 or so years. You could see how much of an odd situation it is. And they tell you right here, both of them basically confirm that there's not one person that they could go to, supposedly, who has the hierarchical structure and knowledge of what goes on at Infowars or free speech systems. Right? That's exactly like the CIA run shit. There's a few more degrees of separation. I don't want to this isn't about Alex Jones. What I'm doing is showing you the unbelievable probability of the Alex Jones, Owen Benjamin, David Hackenfar relationship. And really not so much David Hackenfar. Yes, out of all the people, but more so Owen and Alex. David too, but it's like, What are the chances? Again, how many attorneys in California, 200,000, you pick David Hackham for? Out of those many, he just so happened to be an attorney associated with Infowars and Alex Jones? Out of that many attorneys and like, not only that, Russian correspondence bear, right? Out of the 50, 100 people between Free Speech Systems and Infowars, out of the 5 or 6 people that were part of a deposition, including this lady here, a $1.5 billion settlement, Daria Kapova, Russian correspondence bearer, is also directly tied to Owen Benjamin, which is directly tied to Alex Jones. And you saw, I played the video that the attorney was like, well, people have said that you're his executive assistant. She sat there and was like, listen. The degrees of separation from the CIA, from Israeli intelligence, get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I mentioned before Molly Maroney, who was the editor, the chief editor, a managing editor of Infowars magazine, and she worked for Stratford, or she was an intern or whatever. And again, Stratford's a private intelligence agency, probably Mossad. That's just my opinion. They've been linked to the CIA, and they've also been linked to Mossad, but whatever. And I showed you the founder of Stratford. He's a Zionist, George Friedman. So in all actuality, there's very little, 1 or 2 degrees of separation between Alex and Stratford, not including the email, one old path at Infowars.net. I've talked before, and I've mentioned this in multiple covert radio broadcasts, not just this one, multiple broadcasts about Alex Jones. And, you know, I remember being an 8-year-old boy, and my parents would have some fellas over sitting around the kitchen table drinking coffee, and, you know, they'd show my dad technology. I saw VR in 1982. They had this helmet that they put... Okay, so there was story after story after story after story over the years of Alex Jones talking about the CIA and black projects being involved with David Jones, which is his dad, and Carol Jones, which is his mother, who have been employed by the CIA, allegedly, right? Well, Alex's cousin, Verna Chow, she's currently employed by the CIA. She's a contractor. Her brother, who is Buckley Hammond, he was one of the original founders of Infowars in 1995. Like I said, 1996, outside of the public access, Stratford, Infowars, 1996 really put their mark into Austin, Texas there. So again, only 1-2 degrees separation between Alex Jones and this in the Central Intelligence Agency. I mean, that's no secret. He's talked about it for years. The other amazing tie to Zionist and Israeli intelligence with Alex Jones was his one of his other attorneys named Elizabeth Morgan, who she's also employed by the Brofman family. That's the sister of Edgar Brofman. Her name's Holly Lev Brofman. And again, here we go. 1-2 degrees separation between Alex Jones and one of the most powerful, one of the most wealthiest, influential Zionist families in the entire North America, the Brofmans. Okay, so I mean, who are we trying to kid here? And again, Owen Benjamin constantly, out of every comedian or wizard on the planet, Owen Benjamin just stumbles into Infowars, the farmer? Okay. Yeah. Here's the reality of what's going on in Austin, okay? You understand that? You have Alex Jones as his mansion in a private gated. At this time, when this image was created, he had his mansion in the gated, and I'm not going to dox him, but yeah, it doesn't matter now because she got the house. You have Stratford, Israeli intelligence operation. It's headed by George Friedman, literally blocks away. Elizabeth Schurig, which is actually Elizabeth Morgan. Well, it's Elizabeth Morgan Schurig, or no, it's Elizabeth Schurig Morgan. Her name's Elizabeth Morgan now. She has her own law firm. So, but she was legal counsel to the Brofmans and Alex Jones, which is odd to me. And it's just coincidence, maybe. You have Infowars itself, which is right down the road. And you have Steve Jackson Games. And I've also shown this 1,000 times, as so many other people have. You have Agent in Place, right? Agent in Place, which is Alex Jones. Steve Jackson Games is right on 3735 Promontory Point Drive, right there in Austin, Texas, right? And we have definitely Agent in Place. We know, Alex. We know, right? We know. Agent in Place. We know, buddy. We know, right? Yeah, Dog Creek Drive, whatever. That, nobody, they don't even live here anymore, but whatever. I didn't have time, but I wanted to add just one more little name to this list, okay? Just wanted to name just one more, okay? We can't forget about, let's see, where's he at? Yeah, we can't forget about Mr. Joe Rogan now, can we? No, we can't forget about him. Joe Rogan is under fire from the ADL and other comedians for spreading vicious lies about the Jewish people on a Spotify show. Let's see, when was this? And it's not even dated, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't see a date. It's not that old. So, yeah, Joe Rogan under fire from ADL and other comedians for spreading vicious lies about the Jewish people. Joe Rogan, again, one of the biggest deals ever for a media. Joe Rogan, honestly, is milquetoast. And whatever. Let's not get into Joe Rogan, okay? He's right live in your face, $250 million a year to cover his not so extreme gray and white propaganda. That's how I look at Joe Rogan, really, for real. He's just this idiot who normalizes propaganda, white propaganda or gray propaganda. He normalizes smoking weed and getting fucked up for the white males and, yeah, let's have our whiskey and our weed and listen to UFO stories. Okay, Joe. We getting weed, we smoking weed, getting woke, bro. Hey, play that clip. We smoking weed, getting woke. Bro. It's the Rogan bros. I don't know what you call them. Let's have a drink, bro. Let's drink some whiskey and weed. Whiskey, weed, UFC. We getting all the normie bros on. We getting them on point. Got to pull them in, too. The black propaganda in the COINTELPRO by Alex Jones and Stratford and Israeli intelligence, that's a little bit next level, right? Not a lot of people's going to listen to this all day. I can't take it anymore, right? They got to listen to this, guys. And I mean, guys, here's Joe Rogan. Zero perception, zero opinions about anything, guys. And then you got this. You got that, so that black propaganda is covered. You got guys, smoke some weed, drink some whiskey, bro. Just the source of the flow, bro. You know what I mean? Just the source of the flow. I'm like you. I'm just like you, but I don't have to sell my fishing boat. Right, Joe Rogan? What are the degrees of separation between Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, and Owen Benjamin? You understand now? Are you starting to see what's happening here? Do you know who plays Joe Rogan? in November of 2021, it was announced that Spotify co-founder and CEO Daniel Ek, his investment company, Prima Materia, which sounds very Latin Medea to me, right? Prima Materia, the enchantress. He had invested $100 million, which is 114 million USD, in Helsing, which is an artificial intelligence company based out of Europe that assists in military technology ventures. Helsing's AI technology is reported to assist with battlefield operations, helping to identify and assess multiple collected forms of data via sensors in order to assemble a picturesque viewpoint which military agents could use at their distraction. Gee, that sounds just like, a Zionist would do, right? Invest in the war machine? David Eck, he's probably not a Zionist, probably not. But $114 million investment into a war machine, an AI war machine, it would sound like you'd need some people to drum up the need for war, right? And how the whites in America need Trump and Trump. Make America white again. Make it real walking Jews, right? Psyop. It's a psyop. Eck was eager to show off his red hands in the war machine, stating that he was proud to make the deal to partner with team like Helsing. He also raved about the company, stating that the deal was ambitious, ethical. Yeah, how many Palestinians? I think I don't know. He's probably not as Zionist. Probably not. Oh, there he is. Gee whiz, I was wrong. Covert Radio had it all wrong. Daniel X investment company, Prima Materia, invested $114 million into Helsing. Israel uses Saab radar systems. Let's see. Swedish aerospace and defense company Saab leads AI defense innovation with Helsing partnership and strategic investment. Israel uses Saab radar systems for their military aircraft and air defense systems. They've worked 99.99999% of the time. Guess what? The one time they didn't work. And millions of Palestinians are still dying because of it. Let's see here. But they're military aircraft and air defense systems. In response to October 7th, Daniel Ek liked post in support of Israel. He did not do the same for the Palestinians during the genocide in Gaza. Gee whiz. It's unbelievable. This may seem moot, for the core Covert Radio listeners. For some. May seem unrelated to others. You know what I mean? Maybe you're here for another reason. But let me bring something into focus for you guys here. Again, Owen Benjamin, David Hackenfar, Adam King, all connected to Alex Jones. Four people on planet Earth out of 8 billion people. 4 out of the 350 million people in the United States, just 4 people, all of them are Israeli assets. And that's my opinion. Daria Karpova, Russian correspondence bearer. Again, one of only a literal handful of 5 or 6 people, top brass people, forced to give depositions in a $1 billion lawsuit. All of them related to Owen Benjamin, directly linked to Owen Benjamin. And I have to ask, again, I've kind of brushed over this, but you don't think that there could be, I don't know, maybe possibly be some conspirators around here, around us, our little neck of the woods? Do you think that? Or Owen Benjamin's just a farmer. He's just a farmer picking eggs out of the hen basket. That's all he is, milking goats. That's Owen Benjamin. He's a goat herder. You think there's just a little possibility there's conspirators around us here in our little neck of the woods here on YouTube? People show up. Nobody knows who they are. Maybe some people know who they are. I don't know who they are. And all they have to say is, I'm an ex-bear. And they are handed a front row seat, a warm cup of cocoa, and the people throw a blanket over them and come, child, come. Tell us all about it. That's it. That's it. All you have to do is say you're an ex-bear. That's it. That's all you have to do. And you're handed a front row seat, right? Possibly, are they plants? Oh, they're crazy Covert radio. They're on dope. One that sticks out to me right now, somebody in our neck of the woods here, they swore up and down, he was directly involved with the Patreon loss. He just shows up one day. So, and believe me, I get emails all the time, of people wanting to come tell their story, okay? He swore up and down he was directly involved with the Patreon lawsuit and, dealt with Owen Benjamin, I guess you could say. He was a bear and all this and that, supporter. But it turned out to be completely fake. My opinion, that's my opinion, it was completely fake. He had no proof. He had no receipts. And then he says all the emails that, were between the lawyers, him and the lawyer, whatever, they mysteriously were deleted. No proof whatsoever. Given a front row seat, a warm blanket, and a hot cup of cocoa. Tell us your story. It's just like NASA, CIA, NASA. They deleted all the telemetry data, right? They deleted all of that. They deleted all the technology to get us back to the moon, right? Just deleted. We don't need it. We had to make room on the tapes. That's what they said. We had to make room on the tapes. Mm-hmm. They were so expensive. Their budget's in the billions every year, but yeah. Okay. This person also, they knew no one. They knew none of the other bears that were in the Patreon lawsuit. No, nobody cares. It's just, I'm an ex-bear. Love me. I will listen to anything you have to say. It's all true. Who's Owen's a dummy? Owen's a dummy. I've been telling you for 2 years almost. Owen Benjamin is a very dangerous person. Are you starting to understand what I mean? Are you starting to get it? Oh, you're smarter than Owen, right? Right. Smarter than Owen. Okay. Are you smarter than his fucking network? Are you? Oh, that's just a coincidence, Covert Radio. Oh, okay. Yeah. Show me the probability of a coincidence then. That's what I want to see. 4 out of 8 billion. 4 are directly linked to Israeli intelligence. Okay? Listen, I'm not saying he was or wasn't. I don't know him, okay? All I'm saying is, where is the data? Where's the data? Where's the information? Show me something. Just like Silverback Bear, whatever, General Duct Tape, General Specific, whatever the hell his name was. This was literally, this is the most cringiest stuff, like this almost literally caved my chest in. This is my interpretation of Duct Tape Bear. I forget, what was his name? Generally Specific or something. I'm going to drop some real knowledge on you. In Latin, there is a term. It is called caveat emptor. Okay? Caveat emptor. I know none of you have ever heard this before. I'm so smart. Caveat emptor. Now, that means buyer beware. Okay? Buyer beware. However, there is another ancient piece of knowledge that I will bestow upon you. The goose is better than the gander. Okay, now that's Latin, all right? But caveat emptor, you know, I only know the Latin pronunciation of it. Caveat emptor, okay, buyer beware. As he goes on to talk about, you need to prove to him that Daddy Big Bear isn't the monster that Covert Radio says and knows he is. Where the accusations are that you're all just a bunch of scorned ex-lovers of Daddy. Daddy had his finger up your butt. Right? And you're going to tell me you didn't know it was there? This isn't... Oh, yeah. Okay. And then he goes on to say, the least I could do is just give a millionaire more money. That's the least what was it, $5 a month? I mean, that's all. You know. It's the least I can do. You would be wise to do the same. I believe everything I see, especially the Christmas card. Look how happy. Dear God, that's because of my $5. And then you have a bunch of females on there gave up. They gave up the bear life because they couldn't live up to the standards of the illusion, the delusion, the produced media persona, right? You believe is real. Israel, right? Is it real? Is it real? Listen, we're barely scratching the surface. Owen Benjamin is involved in a psyop. I'm telling you, and I've never had to say these words up until now. What he's been involved in is a psyop. He's shaping the behavior. He's shaping the expectation, the trajectory of the crowd. I'm going to show you how deep this goes. You know, again, it's and I'm not going to get into this, but it's baffling to me that all of a sudden, okay, you mean to tell me show me the numbers here, okay? All of a sudden, literally within hours, on the absolute stop dead turn of a dime, an insanely created division between the people speaking out against Owen Benjamin or trying to warn the public that he hunts. Trying to warn him. The veneer is not real. The charm is superficial. There is no campground. Within literal hours, the insane division, you're going to tell me is organic? That, I mean, that's not how things happen. And I mean, especially when there's people here now working overtime to destroy the biggest voices in this fight against Owen Benjamin. Am I splitting hairs? All of a sudden, overnight? All these weird people show up over the last few weeks. They're trying to send emails, and I'm this, and I'm an ex-bear, and I'm out of the cult, and this and that. Really? Come here, here's a warm blanket, cup of cocoa. Tell me all about it. a literal 180 overnight. Okay. I want to show you guys a comment, and I'm not getting into this, but I feel this is a critical comment that was made by Johnny Arcade. I listen, I got to be honest to God with everybody listening to my voice. I swear to God, I don't know what happened. Is it as much as Covert Radio knows, as much as my fingers on the pulse, I don't know really what's happened. I've heard this, threat, this, that, insult, accusation, story. But I personally do not understand what has happened here. I don't. I only know what I know. And I don't talk about things I don't know, okay? Because that's a waste of time. I can't even give you a context of this comment. That's how much I don't understand what has happened. Because the other part of Covert Radio is I don't have the time to sit and listen to live shows. That's why I rely heavily on the Covert Radio Tribunal. The Covert Radio Tribunal. You access through Patreon. Screenshots, information. I get a lot of information that way. God bless every one of you guys. And thank you for joining Covert Radio in this fight and supporting it and caring about what's actually going on here. Not getting caught up in whatever some just insane 180 has just surfaced. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't understand it. I'm hurt. Honest to God, I'm hurt more than anything. It literally is unbelievable to me. Because my first and real instinct is to fix it, whatever it is. That's why I'm a source for so many people in my life. I fix things. And I love and I care. To my own detriment. And I'm not getting into all of I don't understand it. I don't. I know comments were made and this was said and then I'm lost. I don't know. I'm telling you guys something though. A lot of you bears that are listening to my voice, a lot of you ex-bears that are listening to me, a lot of you do not understand what you're involved in. You've never understood it from the beginning. This is psychological warfare. This is psychological warfare. This is a psyop. And thank God for people like Johnny Arcade. Thank God for people like Texas Goat Radio, Milker Nation, Digital Jonestown, Hoax Wars, Covert Radio, Renee Bernays, Not House Video, Davey Crocco. There's so many more. So many ancillary people that support Asato, who makes amazing cartoons. I believe it's Asato. Or Booncat. I can never remember who's who because I was never a bear. I don't know what you got. I don't know the inner workings. I know just names. Oh, darn. And this one and that one and that one and this one. And I have my people that I feel like just understand what the words that are coming out of my mouth and the reason I'm saying it. Michelle. And Stanley, and I mean, just so many people. I hate to do this because I always leave people out that I don't mean to. Leave so many people that I know understand what I'm saying and they feel what I'm saying. But I'm telling you guys something. You don't know what you've been involved in. I'm telling you, and I've been trying to warn you ad hoc. I've been trying to warn you ad hoc. On a need-to-know, as-to-know basis, trying to tell you every way possible you're in a bad situation with Owen Benjamin. He is a dangerous person, and you don't know who he is. You guys don't understand where this was going to go. Again, thank God for all of us here who have been bringing this to the light. Because if Owen Benjamin was never stunted, there absolutely would be another Ruby Ridge. And I'm going to prove that to you. I know that sounds, listen, at least I'm going to lay the evidence down that is almost undeniable. Put it that way. I want to read this article, or this message, comment by Johnny Arcade. Johnny Arcade, I don't know a lot about him. I know he's done a lot of great work. Alan Powell even. Sorry, Alan. I didn't mean to leave you out. Even Adam Camacho. Listen, we are a symphony. We're a symphony. Pandora. We're a symphony. Johnny Arcade has done a lot of great work over the years. He's launched channel after channel. And this is a comment he made. I don't know. It says 4 days ago, but I don't know which day this was. Because I've been in a suspended state of like, what is going on? For real, for days. Here's Johnny Arcade. Without fans, Owen has no funding to continue. 100% true. A civil lawsuit ain't going to do shit to Owen but cost him money. That's not. I mean, I know what you're saying, but listen, you know, being in business for many, many years, I've talked about this. I've talked about my mentors. One guy, I could tell you, was a retired executive. And I know this is going to sound so cliche. He's told me so many things that I've relayed to you guys for free. But he told me one time, and I was young when he said this to me. You know, similar to Hakamfar talking about Israeli or whoever, whatever intelligence, security group, whatever is talking about, you don't build a wall, you just continuously put rocks in people's shoes. Sounds like lawfare to me, right? It's just my interpretation. I'm not saying that's what he said. It's not what he said. That's my interpretation of it. Which is exactly, incidentally, what Owen Benjamin said he would do. Cripple anybody who tried to sue him with endless amounts of lawfare. Is that ethical? Yeah. But my mentor told me one time, he goes, no, you don't understand. If you want to go after somebody, you go after their pocket. That's how you get redemption. You go after their pocket. So to say that a lawsuit does not affect Owen is not true, in my opinion. But I see what you're saying there, Johnny. You're saying that because it may cost money, but the bearers would pay for it. So I see what you mean. But the point is, I've always looked at a lawsuit more so, especially in this day and age, as case law. That's what I'm interested in. So really, what I'm trying to tell you is everybody's right. Like, a lawsuit creates case law. A lawsuit creates redemption. It also, it's going to even the scale. Hopefully, I mean, I believe in the law system, but I know it's a dirty, slimy, shitty thing. I know that too, and I know it's a cult, the black robes. I understand all of it. I try to stay away from it personally. I've been drug into it. I mean, I've had to use it. But the reality is, you're right. Without fans, Owen has no funding. Hearts and minds, 100% agree. A lawsuit is not going to do shit to Owen but cost him money. His Bears have no issue giving him. That's kind of true, but the reality is they only have so much money. How much money are they supposed to give him? I mean, he's invested over $1 million building his estate. There's still no campground. He's sitting on 70-some acres of land acquisition that he did not pay for. They bought him. He wields the Bears with an iron fist. It's funny when Dreadnought Bear died, and all these, texts and everything come up with Owen talking about crowdfunding, and I walk a higher realm, and I understand the intricacies of it. The reality is, shut up, Owen, okay? We all understand crowdfunding for me, not for thee. The Bears are your pay pig piggy bank. You don't think people understand that, but you try to mask it in this high moral belief of talk out of here. People have a limited amount of money. You know that? Get the fuck out of here. So, that there's that part of it too. I mean, yeah, they have limited amount of money, but hey, what happened with the Patreon lawsuit? Okay, so okay, so I guess the context here, O'Darn said something at some point that Adam's the tip of the spear, or Adam's lawsuit, which and this is the other thing. This is so bizarre to me. The public perception of my relationship with Adam Camacho is bizarre. To me, it's bizarre. You act like Adam Camacho and we're roommates or something. It's so bizarre to me, because I've interviewed the guy a few times, and it appears that we have a very fun conversation. Might it be media? I don't know. But I've read things in the last few days that are literally jaw-dropping, and it's like, so this is your perception of a guy who's interviewed somebody who's launched a lawsuit, a guy who I talk shit on multiple times, Adam Camacho. But all of a sudden we're roommates or something. It's so bizarre to me. It's so bizarre. But the comment was supposedly that, or something O'Darn said, that Adam's lawsuit against Owen Benjamin was the pinnacle of the fight against this entity and warning the public of how dangerous he is. That is also not a lie, O'Darn. That's what I don't understand what the need is for what I do is more important than you. What you do, that's not as important what I do. And this has become this massive ego pissing contest. Listen, I've said from day one, I want to work together. I'm on record saying that. The only thing I've said is let me quarterback, okay? Because I understand what's going on here. And playing an Owen Benjamin video and saying, now, did you see what he said here? Last week, he said, that is pointless. It's pointless because all it does is register his name higher in the algorithm prisons. That's it. You have to leverage solid information to get people to think about what's happening. Your perception on what he said compared to what he said last week, compared to what he said the week before, literally is only helping him. It's giving stock to his name. It's a technique that he has done. I've said this from day one. And I continue to say it, and I've fallen into it. He does things so that you talk about him. Do you understand that? This is a technique. This is a technique. So Johnny Arcade says, without fans, Owen has no funding to continue. Civil lawsuit ain't going to do shit to Owen but cost him money. His bears have no issue giving to him. O'Darn has no clue how this actually works. I could have sued the shit out of Owen, but you know what cost him more in the long run? Telling the truth. It does, Johnny. Absolutely 100%. I agree with that 100%. But Owen is a wizard, and he is a chameleon. You know as much as I do that it is very hard to pierce the veil. I mean, people, you could tell them the truth all day, but unless it's real to them, it does not matter. It won't register. So it's got to be a mix of everything. Real life, real media, real truth, real consequence. Johnny goes on to say, I have not donated to Adam yet. I had a trip planned to California that got canceled because of work. On that trip, I planned to hand Adam cash. Okay. The trip is still on my calendar for February. I have no interest in funding the lawsuit, but I'm happy to help Adam with his household bills. Hence why I won't donate to the lawsuit fund. Okay, see, this is stuff I know nothing about what's going on. I promised myself years ago I would never fix my finances with anything related to Owen. Amen. I've never made a dime or spent a dime on any of this. Well, I mean, you've spent time, and time is money. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. I mean, because I know I spent a ton of time. Like way too much, in my opinion, because if people are so easily swayed by some COINTELPRO, by some people who are sent over here, nobody knows who they are. Like, if perceptions can be swayed like that, we're in trouble. I'm in trouble because I feel like everything I've done is for naught because it's not registering for some reason. For some people. And I'm not saying the vast majority. The vast majority of you know exactly what I'm saying, and you know I'm telling the truth. But there's a percentage here that's like, what if what? What if what? I've never made a dime or spent a dime on any of this. Keep talking, O'Darn. You're making yourself look completely ignorant. This is the very reason I don't hang out with anyone in private chats, drama. Dude, which is the exact reason why have you ever seen Covert Radio on Reddit? No. You know why? Because it's toxic. It really, truthfully is toxic. And I don't have the bandwidth. I don't want the drama. I don't need it. That's not why I'm here. I don't get off on it, okay? I don't need it. I don't like the attention. I don't like any of it. So I did want to cover that comment. Oh, there's more. There's Adam Camacho from Film Grain. Can't wait to meet you in February, Johnny. You got to admit, Owen having to clean up his image for the lawsuit has negatively affected his stream and credibility. I agree with that, Adam. That's true. I mean, Owen Benjamin, that's why I said he's Owen Benjamin version 33. What version is this? It's unbelievable. It's funny. I watched him on the Hodge Twins today, and he's so in this veneer of automation that, you know, he's this and he's that in Hollywood, and like it's just such a stunt. It's a psyop. Adam says, I wish you would have sued him years ago. You had a strong case. I don't agree with everything O'Darn says, but I appreciate the conversation. I can't read the rest, but isn't that why we're here? I mean, you know, aren't we here to have conversations and to hash it out and share information? That's what I thought was happening, but I guess it's not. But again, I want to underline, thank God that the everything combined, the symphony we're playing has had an effect. because this is psychological warfare. This is hearts and minds. And I'm going to show you now, I'm going to introduce you to the leader of the opposition. Or maybe he's a general. We'll say Owen Benjamin is a general in the opposition, whereas Alex Jones is the actual leader of the opposition, who just so happens to have a direct access link to Donald Trump. Alex Jones has said multiple times he talks to Trump constantly. Oh, you want to call the president of the United States? Okay. And what are the degrees of separation between Owen Benjamin and Alex Jones? What are the degrees of separation between David Hackenfar and Adam King and Alex Jones? What is the degrees of separation between Owen Benjamin and Adam King? What's the degrees of separation of one of the top brass of free speech systems and Infowars, Daria Kapova, and Owen Benjamin? It all points back to Trump, the great white hope, which by Zionist proxy design will have you in the woods. And I'm going to show you. This has been a psyop from the beginning. The leader of the opposition is the de facto leader of the largest political group. And they're supposedly not government related. So with any good COINTELPRO, like I said before, Lenin said, the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. That's what controlled opposition is. That is what Alex Jones is. And I've shown you that Stratford Israeli intelligence has direct command and control of that ship. Because I want to ask you guys a question, okay? And I really, really, really want you to think about this. How do you go from this here just a few years ago? How do you go from this?
I wanted to show you about my day yesterday. All right, so check out this legend, little Shapiro action. And we were just riffing for a while, man. He's a cool dude. I was telling him that he's the only dude that's ever made me want to buy sheets. But then he posted this where you can kind of see our size difference a little bit. I look like I'm taking my son to work, or I'm like really proud of my son. Because I look odd, my face looks oddly weird in that. Like I look like I could be 60 in that picture. So I'm like, my boy just played his first Paganini piece on the violin. I'm so proud of him. Baby, I'm telling you right now, you want to get that bow and branch. If I had time, I didn't have time, but I wanted to shoot on the Daily Wire state, like on the Daily Wire set. I wanted to do him trying to sell bow and branch sheets as Jimmy Fallon, and then him trying to sell birch gold as Vince Vaughn. Whereas Jimmy Fallon, he'd be like, I mean, these are really good sheets. I mean, they're so soft. It's great. You roll around, make like a fort, play it with the pillows. And then Vince Vaughn selling birch gold, he's like, baby, I'm telling you, want to put a little of that gold fuck. You want to put a little honey in the Big Bear's pot? I don't know. I'm too tired to do that right now. So then I hit PragerU. Check this out. And man, I love those guys. And they, after we shot these videos, they were telling me that they're potentially interested in doing a weekly show with me, like a comedy show. They like my vibe, and they want to work with me. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but the whole crew at PragerU are just wonderful people. And they were literally to the point where they're like, well, let's talk budgets. And I'm like, holy shit. Because people like that are going to replace networks. They already are.
Let's talk budgets, Owen. Yeah, we love Prager. This is, again, a couple years ago, right? We love PragerU, Owen, right?
Do you and I share the same goals? If we do, we can disagree, even strongly disagree, and still have a productive discussion. We might even reach a compromise. But if we don't share the same goals, then what? Then, rhetorically speaking, we're at war, and only one side can win. Let me explain. My parents and brother lean more to the liberal side of the political spectrum than I do. We argue, we slightly nudge each other, we change opinions a little bit, and then we go back to Scrabble. They were very upset when President Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords. I was happy. We argued about it, but it was all good because we share the same goals. We all want clean air and water for our children. We all want to develop clean energy. We want America's economy to prosper. We want to be less reliant on fossil fuels. I thought the Accords were a bad deal for America. The best way to lower carbon emissions, in my opinion, is to let the free market and American ingenuity loose on the problem. They, in contrast...
You mean Zionist-owned and ran companies controlled by the Zionist-owned and ran lobby, controlled by the Zionist-owned and ran Congress? Oh, okay. Free market. Democracy, right? Okay.
Think the government needs to step in, fund the research, and keep the corporations in line. Doesn't matter, because we have the same goal, a healthy planet. We also disagree on gun control. My brother's a little more with me, but my dad wants a lot more regulation because he wants fewer school shootings. So do I. So does my brother. But I believe if a potential killer knew he'd encounter teachers and administrators well-trained in the use of weapons, we'd have less shootings. Different solutions, shared goal. I've always thought this is how America is supposed to work. Liberals and conservatives respectfully arguing over the best solution to a shared goal. But now there's a third party in the game, the left. And they're changing the rules. When I was growing up, the left was on the fringe, but now they've moved into the mainstream. They pretty much take...
I can't watch this. You know, I would have way more, and I know you're getting paid for this and whatever, and the degrees of separation now between you and Dennis Prager and PragerU and the Zionists. Oh, well, one, maybe 1.5 degrees. I would have more respect for you if you would go on this and for 2 minutes straight say, please vote for Trump, please vote for Trump, please vote for Trump, better for Israel, please vote for Trump, please vote for Trump, please vote for Trump, better for Israel. I would have more respect for you than this shit. I absolutely would, Owen, and I'm not going to watch, and I'm not going to allow you to infest the Covert Radio audience with your propaganda that you get paid to spew. And if there's any aspersions at all about Dennis Prager, here's the Jerusalem Post. Dennis Prager, if the U.S. abandons Israel, that's the end of America? Oh, are you talking the Hercules? What do they call it? The Herculean option? Hercules option? Where if we don't get our way, we're going to drop nukes all over the world, destroy everybody? If you don't if American blood is not in this soil, you're going to lose 2 more buildings. Just like mysteriously, oh my goodness, a cyber truck was exploded in front of Trump Tower, and out of the massive explosion, the one thing that was salvageable was the guy's license, and I got goosebumps, because as billions of tons of steel and concrete were pulverized, vaporized in the middle of Manhattan in 2001, miraculously a passport from one of the hijackers, like a feather, floated down right on Wall Street. And the FBI picked it up. They said, this is who it is. We got the hijackers. Still can't find bodies. They're in a dump somewhere because the crime scene was sealed off. They took millions of pounds of pulverized, vaporized dust and steel and, shipped it off. That's all. Done. No evidence, no crime, right? But there was a passport, and just like the cyber truck, there was a license or a rental agreement. They know exactly who it is. It was ISIS. ISIS, everyone. This is just a little taste of what's coming. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. Trumpy's back. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. And we got Elon. And, it's over. It's over. You have no idea what's coming. You have no idea what's coming. But if there's any aspersions about Dennis Prager, if U.S. abandons Israel, that's the end. And he probably really means it. That's the end of America. Because what, you're going to destroy it then, or what? If our sons and daughters' blood doesn't stain the soil again for another 20 years, we all know it's going to Iran. We all know that. And Elon Musk has already started. That's what I mean. This is already underway. Thank God. Please, you bears. You don't understand what you're involved with. Because if people like Covert Radio and everybody I've mentioned and more did not stop this entity in his trajectory, you would have FBI infiltration getting ready for a new Ruby Ridge, or throwing over some government facility, or, some, listen, it's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening. Just like this, right? Let's see here. What's that, Mr. Prager? What's that? Yes. Anti-Zionism is now anti-Semitism. Oh, okay. Oh, all righty. The synagogue of Satan, those who call themselves Jews but are not. Is that a political movement? The Zionists, right? Oh, but now it's, okay. So yes, anti-Zionism all of a sudden now, as of a few months ago, about a year or so ago, is now anti-Semitism, according to Dennis Prager. Imagine a group of people who work to destroy Italy because they claim Italy's origins are illegitimate. Well, what about the black Ethiopians that are paid to go nowhere near Israel? What about them? What about the black Israelites? What about them? What about the black Ethiopian Israelites that are not allowed anywhere near Israel because you say they are illegitimate? Like them? Imagine further that these people maintain that all of the countries in the world, only Italy doesn't deserve to exist. Dear God, then imagine that these people vigorously deny that they are anti-Italian. Would you believe them? Blah, 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 blah. Owen, you have anything to say on this?
Taking over our educational system, during the media and corporate HR departments, and more, sad to say, in the Democratic Party. The left doesn't share the same goals that liberals and conservatives do. They have a whole different set of goals.
Oh my God. Good. What's that? How wrecked he is. Yeah. Okay. So how do you go from all of that? Let me start twisting my mustache. Let me start twisting the general of the opposition. Let's see here. Let's see. Just a couple years after that, all of a sudden, oh my goodness. Owen Benjamin, what you need to know. He's not a friend of Jew. This is December of 2023. This article, December of 2023. Owen Benjamin mysteriously shows up on the ADL hit list, right? To also join Alex Emmerich Jones, who was added to the ADL What You Need to Know list a couple years prior to that. And I've gone over this, but Owen Benjamin is now being shown to the world that he is radical. Oh my goodness, what's he saying? Oh, the whites are being marginalized. What else, Big Bear? What about Jew? Yes. What hate? Yes. Yes, we should. We need to get a group together. I tell you, we need to get a group. We could have firearms training and maybe overthrow the local government. Where should we go? Where could we do this? Where could we go? Gee whiz. Now this was literally just a couple years, not even, past Prager, past Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire. Now Agent in Place turns Owen Benjamin into an operative. Now you've got some other work to do, Owen. Here, let's start molding the perception. We need you to look scruffy. We need you to grow your beard out a little bit. You know, look a little disheveled. You got to look like this guy right here. Yeah, start looking like him. Get that. Yeah, we're going to use certain language. We're going to use certain material. We're going to really hone the hearts and minds. We're going to use all the right wizardry to activate, right? How do you go? How do you go from that to this?
Compound, 50,000 square feet, 20, 30 separate buildings, full functional wilderness camp, North Idaho, $1.5 million, 210 or 211 acres, 5 miles from Vertec Tactical. So I was thinking, just throwing this out there, let me know what you guys think. Do you think we could raise the money for that? If 5,000 people chipped in $400 and in return they got 2 weeks there, any 2-week vacation they want, would that be possible? I have a little bit of money. I sold my IRA, so I'm obviously involved. My business sense is not very good, but that will be fine. If we buy it in cash, we're fine. It's Idaho. Everyone there loves us. And guys, I love Ursa Manor, and I'm willing to go somewhere else to build this with you guys, a place I've never been. I'll buy this place, and I've never even been there. And I'd be on the hook for taxes. I'm going to put 6 figures of my own money. All my money is going to Beartaria.
Idaho is happening. We have already raised like 60, 70 grand.
Yeah, the good news is we've raised like $50,000, which is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But like, understand that I was like, based on the chat, it was looking over $1 million. And so that percentage is just laughable. Guys, we've raised $70,000 for Beartaria. I know the original goal was $2 million immediately, and we get, guys, that's unbelievable. That's phenomenal. People just have looked at that link and said, and that's just from the digital. That's unbelievable to get that in 5 days. Guys, it's fucking insane. 70K? I mean, think about that. So far, we've raised $189,000. I just like to be very upfront about it. Yeah, fundraising is going excellent. I say let's set a goal. Let's try and hit 300K by August 1st. It's a good goal. We can buy Beartaria land now, like soon, because we're already reaching some goals. I got a lot that I can open today. I mean, if I had to, I'd sell Ursa Manor. If I had to. I'm trying not to do that. We're going to be living in a little tiny house, probably 300 or 400 square feet, because that's what we can afford right now. But I'm legitimately excited about it. This morning, I had to sign some title stuff because I sold my house, not Ursa Manor, my house in New York, to help pay for Idaho projects. Guys, would you like to see an image of the land that we're going to in Idaho? The Field of Dreams, baby. That's my little piece of Beartaria. And yeah, it's gorgeous, right? Guys, I'm honored to live in a smaller house when we go to Idaho. I think it'll get me closer to God. But yeah, land is locked. Land has been purchased, and it's beautiful. We have a lot of work to do on it. Dude, that's Ursa Rio. High bank, but you can walk down to it. And then there's flat acreage, and then there's flat acreage that we have to clear for RV parking. Gorgeous water, looks so good. Yeah, and it's in the middle of nowhere, guys. But it's you can access it with plowed streets. You know, it's like a half hour north of Bonner's Ferry. But and across the river is a cool little place where you can get steaks and stuff. I think it's run out of someone's ranch. Very cool. But you're always begging for money here, Big Bear. I raised enough money
where I could buy a piece of land in Idaho for $195,000. I'm very open about everything we're doing.
Except for the fact, I forgot to add the day 2 of the grift, or I think it was Milker Nation that had that together, where Owen said that we raised $200,000 in less than 24 hours. So the numbers all over the place. I have clips of Owen saying they maxed out at 400,000. There's 700,000. There's the numbers. There's no accounting though. The numbers are everywhere. There's no proof of anything. The only proof are tax records obtained by Covert Radio that shows Ursa Manor. Owen keeps talking about Ursa Manor in Idaho. His 10 acres went right here from 2020. He purchased it for $200,007. And that's what that's what was shown on the, and he's like, I'm going to move to a 1-bedroom house or whatever. Okay. 4 years later, $1.6 million. 2020, no job, no employment, no income. Sold a house. I covered that in New York. It was $150,000 or something. No campground. Buys this, cash. No mortgage, cash. He paid cash. He bought this and a sister parcel, 10 acres, which the movie set. And we're going to get to that in a moment. And that's going to become more important to you today than it's ever been in your life. To this. $40,000 driveway estimated, brand new ground up house, worst economy, all remodeled condominium in his barn, 2-story studio, the $10,000-$15,000 greenhouse, the $10,000-$15,000 electronic gate, outbuildings, toys. He paid cash for a Suburban. Cash for a Chevy Suburban. It was $27,000. How do you know that, Covert Radio? Oh, I know. You ever buy a vehicle for $27,000 cash? Wake up. The money is all over the place. The only thing real that I could prove is that the improvements to this property is over $1 million. And that's according to the tax records. 2020 to 2024. And the amount of improvements in the tax records, the amount of improvements is over $1 million. It's like $1,001,000. It's a crazy number. It's like 1,001,000 something, but it's over $1 million. Where did you get $1 million, Owen? Where did you get $1 million, sir? Cash. Where's Beartaria campground, sir? Where's the campground? This is where it gets crazy. And I know it's crazy already, but let's get just a little bit more crazy, okay? Because I'm going to show you something here. Again, this is why I say thank God for people like Covert Radio and all of us who have been playing in this symphony, in the orchestra. I don't know if you guys know this. You may have heard it. This is the Southern Poverty Law Center, Hate Watch. There's a series they did called the Alex Jones text. And Hate Watch obtained a text message dump from a phone belonging to Alex Jones. This was covered in the media too, and this came out in court. Hate Watch reviewed them over the course of several months. These messages offer an unvarnished look into the life of one of the most influential radical right figures in modern American history. Again, this is a Southern Poverty Law Center. This isn't the Inquirer online. This is data that was sourced from Alex Jones's phone that mistakenly wound up in the Sandy Hook mess court case. And they tried attorney Mark Bangston of Farnham and Ball, which is one of the guys. Well, that's the law firm that I showed you before with Russian correspondence bear and Paz. What was her name? Cynthia or Brittany Paz. The attorney turned the text messages over to Hate Watch in September on a not-for-publication basis to aid in Hate Watch's mission of analyzing extremist networks. On January the 31st, Hate Watch received word that a redacted copy of the messages entered the public record, enabling the publication of this series. The court record states that the text messages include redactions for sensitive, personally identifying information such as driver's license, socials, phone numbers, credit cards, account, okay? Prescription drug information, communication with health, all that's been redacted. That's been removed for the public view. Anything dealing with the children, Alex Jones's children or whatever. In August, Bangston revealed in a Texas courtroom that Jones's attorney messed up and divulged the text records to him in an email. Jones's attorney later asked the court to seal the text messages, but the presiding judge rebuffed the request. Hate Watch reviewed over 22,000 total messages. The messages spanned between August of 2019 and May 15th of a very small time, less than a year, in May of 2020. The texts fall in the second half of Donald Trump's presidency during the very beginnings of the COVID pandemic. And this is the volume per day. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of texts every day, sometimes up to almost 350 texts a day. And it's broken down into a 5-part series that I've painstakingly read. And we're not going over I'm just going over very specific things to show you guys something here, okay? There was one section here that it's titled Infowars, Alex Jones says he lives in hell. Text show. Alex Jones described himself as living in hell, being part of a sick joke and sinking down into a black hole in previously private text messages. What does that tell you? Like a company that you're proud of, a company you built, Alex Jones, grassroots from the ground up. Sounds like you're the captain of his Israeli Mossad ship that you don't want to captain anymore, right? But what do they what do they have on you, Alex? That's the question. Or really, who are you? And really, who do you work for? And I have the same question for Owen Benjamin, right? It's like gravity, a black hole, Alex Jones describes. This is to David Jones. That's his dad. And they were talking about, you guys can go to the Southern Poverty Law Center, read every word of this if you want. I'm just going over specific things. Yeah, there's text with his wife. And listen, it's crazy. It's crazy. Because somebody said that worked with him. Alex, let me see something here. Yeah, okay. That he's in a tumultuous relationship with Erica Wolf, who is also Jewish. there's rumors she was an escort and all this and that, and she's, there's text messages of him. His dad's a dentist. He asked his dads to bring pain pills to her and stuff. This is all in the text messages. It's literally unbelievable. One of his employees had said that Alex, his whole day, a lot of days, is business her, drinking. There's tons of text messages in here where he's asking people to put vodka in the conference room, put vodka on his desk. Alcoholic, blown out alcoholic during this time. Here's one here. Alex Jones to his wife. Are you going to get drunk today? It's 1 p.m. She says no. Alex is like, you hate us. I'm not going to read all these, but one thing that I thought was interesting is that there was Alex employs Blackwater mercenaries. And that doesn't sound like government or CIA, not at all. Alex Jones employs Blackwater mercenaries for security. And he has them follow his wife. While at the same time, because he's always worried he has Napoleon syndrome. He's always worried she's cheating on him and all this shit. The entire time he's cheating on her with somebody who was identified as in his text, in his phone messages as what was it? Pat something. It's in here. Pat Johnson right here. It was the alias he entered into his phone to represent an Austin-based married woman with whom he exchanged texts with of an intimate nature. His example, Jones texted Pat Johnson on the morning of May 11th requesting a sake. And while he has Blackwater mercenaries following his wife, reporting every move she makes, he's texting this Pat Johnson, sneaking off with her, getting afternoon delights. There's text messages in here of him like, "Can you run a bath for me? I'll be over in 20 minutes." What a joke! It's sick. Anyway, there's something here I wanted to talk about. Infidelity and surveillance. Let's see. Jeez. All right, let's see. I think there's something here. Oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, the reason I wanted to highlight this is to show you the propaganda, okay? Because the whole pornography is meant to destroy families, And Owen Benjamin, how he's always, I guarantee you if I look at your history. Well, what if we look at your history, Owen? Because there's you're never going to convince me you're not an insane sexual deviant. With the amount of, I can't. I'm not even going to do it. It's my opinion. But pornography, it's meant to destroy families. Alex Jones has made shaming people around issues of sex and sexuality central to the propaganda he produces for Infowars. Now, doesn't that sound like Owen Benjamin shaming people around issues of sex and sexuality that is central to the propaganda that he uses? Like paying your gay away and don't be fruity, blow a guy and all this shit. Every day, dicks and this and that and fingering his, every day talking about how he got off with his wife, telling her about stories of her getting ravaged. It's the same thing. But to Owen, he does the same thing Alex Jones does. Room whack, and the Gammas watch porn all day. Really, Owen? Okay. Boy, that's a little odd. I'm scratching my head that you and Alex Jones use the same propaganda techniques. That's a little odd, isn't it? While apparently striking a different tone in private. Owens, the former Infowars editor, told Hate Watch that Jones openly talked about sexual things around the office. Frequent targets of Jones' derision have been pornography and people who consume it. He blamed pornography for the birth rates falling in the West on March the 25th of 2020 episode of Infowars. While Owen Benjamin at the exact same time is using that exact same propaganda to sell Beartaria. And we're going to have birthing cabins, right? Oh, yeah, we're going to get married and find a wife. And, you know, we're selling this propaganda, this dream. It's a psyop. It was a psyop. It is a psyop, in my opinion. I'm not a porn guy, I'm sorry, Jones told his Infowars audience on March the 5th of 2019. Once I've been in the real thing and you have a wife and you have children, it's all about life. It's about love. Oh, I want to fantasize. Geez, the women, that probably rings so true. I want to be a truther. That's what I want. I want to find a man that just wants children and life and love. I couldn't live up to the standard. It's propaganda. Jones shares links to pornographic videos in the text Hate Watch reviewed. While it's love and children and my wife, my lovey-dovey wife, who's literally out cheating on me right now. I'm drunk, but I have mercenaries, some of the most hardcore Blackwater mercenaries following her every move, while I'm setting up my own adulterous rendezvous with Pat for a sucky. While he's on air, oh, children, life, love. Jones shares links to pornographic videos in the text Hate Watch review. The videos he shares have titles that indicate they likely contain the same hardcore content that he derides. Many of the videos, which include their title words like cockholding, like being a cuck, like sitting there squirting while your wife is telling you how Tyrone tore that ass up, Owen, right? Cuck? Gee, isn't that weird? You and Owen, or you and Alex Jones are both into cuckolding? I mean, I get why Alex is into it. No, I'm just a little munchkin. I grind my voice box so I can sound a lot bigger than what I am. Yeah, destroy that. Yeah, I want you to bang my wife like I never could. Yeah, we're talking. That's why. You understand? Do you understand? Okay. Hot slaves, along with a variety of explicit sex acts, feature a woman having sex with multiple men. Boy, isn't that odd? Yeah. On March 25th, Jones sent a Pornhub link to one of his contacts. Earlier that same day, Jones had hosted anti-Semite E. Michael Jones on the Infowars show and derided Pornhub by name. So he sends Pornhub links to people, his contacts. A few hours later, with E. Michael Jones, he's talking shit on Pornhub. E. Michael Jones made criticisms of pornography central to his propaganda, la, 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 la. I mean, you got to realize, too, this is the Southern Poverty Law Center, so everything they do is going to have, this anti-Semitic trope behind it, whatever. It's their perception. It's their right to do that. That's their perception, their opinion. Fine. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, and E. Michael Jones explicitly blamed the proliferation of pornography on Jewish people. Which, whatever. I mean, that's ancient too. But during his March 25th appearance on Infowars, E. Michael Jones described porn in the context of Pornhub giving free accounts to users during COVID-19 as the main weapon keeping people inside and disoriented. It's meant to destroy families, destroy relationships. It destroys the pleasure of real sex. It destroys families, Jones said on the same day he shared Pornhub links. Hypocrite, right, Owen? Yeah. Jones has never addressed an August 2018 incident, remember this, on his show in which A shot of his phone appeared to reveal a porn video featuring a trans feminine performer named Marissa Minx. You guys remember that? They're putting things on my phone. They're planning things on the server. That's on your phone, though, Alex, right? But I'm sure the drooling idiots, the most people that listen to Infowars, what is it? The Chi-Coms. The Chi-Coms put transgender porn on daddy's phone. Yeah. Following that incident, Minx told the trans-focused publication, Them. I wonder if David advertises in that one too. What was the other one? The Thors? No, that wasn't it. The something, penis or something. For law. It's I forget. Gee whiz. But anyway, Them, that she did not feel Jones needed to be public about any desires he felt, but that he should embrace a different tone on Infowars. Yeah, like pro-transgender. That'll go over well with all the Trump supporters, right? Again, it all goes back to Trump. Remember that. I think especially after the hypocrisy, he owes our community a serious apology, Minx said. The Text Hate Watch reviewed further reinforced the likelihood that the Infowars host demonstrates different views on sexuality in his personal life than he professes on his notoriously bigoted show. In addition to viewing pornographic material involving group sex, his wife sends Jones a picture of a black man's erection in text. You understand what I just said here? In addition to viewing pornographic material involving group sex, Alex Jones's wife sent him a picture of a black man's erect penis in text. There are no women in the photo. Jones and his wife also exchanged messages expressing favorable views about bisexuality. On February the 1st of 2020, Erica Wolf Jones texted her husband, "You be bi." B-I. Let's see your phone, Owen. Are you going to pull the Punisher out of the third drawer down tonight? I bet you. Big Ames wants to whip it. Please get me vodka ASAP. This is all through these text messages. Again, I'm not. That's the only part I think I wanted. Oh, yeah, here's Milo Yiannopoulos. Wait, is that? Yeah, right here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and this talks about Alex being arrested for a DUI on March 10th. He told the police he drank a bottle of sake and walked home from a restaurant, blah, blah, blah. He got into an argument with his wife and something, and I don't know, whatever. This happened constantly with him during that time span. Let's see here. Interspersed in Jones' conversation with his wife, Chronological, he also communicates with Milo Yiannopoulos, who Southern Poverty Law Center says a bigoted internet performer with ties to Roger Stone. Milo says to Alex Jones, "Hey, Alex, it's Milo. I hope you're well. Would love to come down and see you sometime soon." Milo again to Alex, writing to ask if you would consider blurbing my Roger Stone book. I'm donating my royalties to his defense fund. I can send you a sentence to sign off on if you keen. And Jones messaged his wife before responding to Yiannopoulos, "On my way, love you." About 2 hours later, he responded to Milo and just said yes. So yeah, okay, that's I'm in hell, you know, and then he's trying to call his wife over and over. She won't answer him, and then he's trying to get in touch with the Blackwater security, and they're like, "Where's she at?" Da, da, da. And he's just insanely insecure. Look at this, back and forth, back and forth, back and I mean, oh God, yeah. Bring painkillers if you can, Daddy. Yeah, bring painkillers, Daddy, dentist. Yeah. Alex Jones to David Jones. Dad, Erica flipped out bad. Need you to come over by 7 a.m., please. I'm just now going to bed. It's 1:30 in the morning, by the way. Alex to his dad, I'm just going to bed. She attacked me. I pushed her off me when she was trying to drive us off the road at 1:37 a.m. She says her jaw is hurt. Bitch, I'm going to smack you in the face now, bitch. Don't make me sell my fishing boat. Yeah. I don't get it, Daddy, because I pushed her off of me, but I did not lay a finger on her jaw. Okay, buddy. Meanwhile, you saw 10 of her, right? You're so fucked up, Alky. At that point, you know what I'm saying, you drank a lot. Alex Jones says to his dad at almost 1:40 a.m., she was spazzing out and smashed my car dash controls. Not the fishing boat, though. It's okay, isn't it, Alex? Yeah. When she gets up, she needs help. Bring painkillers if you can. I'm filing for divorce, she says to him the next morning. I'm done, she says to him. Okay, this is the shit he deals with every day. Your dad isn't here. I don't have my pills. And that, listen, I'm not getting into it. But yeah, okay. Jesus. So this is crazy right here. Believe me, there's a point to this. I want to show you guys something. Absolutely bonkers inside the Infowars money machine. This is astronomically unbelievable. Let me make sure we're still going because, yeah, this is longer than I wanted it to be. This should maybe break this down into 2-part series, but I don't know. I'm surprised my voice is holding up. But anyway, absolutely bonkers inside the Infowars money machine. The text messages from Alex Jones' phone show how Infowars sowed hatred, fear, and lies, while also selling products to its audience, some at markups as high as 900%. Okay, so let's see here. Paul Joseph Watson. He also appears to deceive his fans. Oh, Alex does. He also appears to deceive his fans about his reach. In one message, Jones employee Michael Zimmerman, I think somebody needs to hit me up, and they know who they are. They're listening right now. Michael Zimmerman because they got to disarm what's happening, okay? They offer to rig for the sake of seriousness, okay? For real. Let's see here. Employee Michael Zimmerman offers to rig the view counts on Jones' videos, giving the appearance that more people are watching his broadcast than actually are. Jeez, I wonder who else does that, Owen. Kaylin Robertson, who shot a documentary for Jones in 2019, near the time when the text started, told Hate Watch that the Infowars boss portrayed himself as a master manipulator in private. Geez, I wonder if Alex has a 147 IQ too. And I'd love to be a fly on the wall with you and Amy, Owen, in all the conversations laughing at the goy who are paying your way through life and building your $1.6 million estates, buddy, with your $8.24 royalty check, right? Alex Jones bragging in private that he could sell dick pills and that his fans would buy anything, just like the Bears, right? Which, don't get it twisted, it's simultaneous. The same people who listen to Alex Jones are Bears, trust me. Zach Drucker, a former Infowars employee who spoke to Hate Watch for this investigation, said that in retrospect, he believes Infowars staff looked down on customers who bought into Jones's brand, who bought into Jones's brand. We all kind of did in a nutshell, one way or another. We kind of addressed the audience as this low IQ, grab onto anything, gullible tribe of very dangerous people. Okay? That is for real, Goy. That is for real. That is for real. That's why they want to destroy you. That's why they want you on a compound somewhere in Idaho so that they can bring in the ATF and FBI after the informants plant evidence and destroy and kill everybody, or cause a mass explosion at a local club or event or something. And was it the people up on the hill in Beartaria? That was the plan. That was the plan. You should drop to your knees and thank God for people like Covert Radio and everybody I mentioned before. The audience, the Bears, the Infowars audience, the Bears are low IQ, grab onto anything, gullible tribe of very dangerous people. Our cost is at $4. Infowars business operations manager Tim Frug turns up frequently on Alex's phone. This is insane right here. Relaying information about Infowars profits, the two men exchange over 575 messages in the text cache from Jones' phone, which became public during the litigation filed by the Sandy Hook parents, mostly about daily sales performance. On at least 270 occasions, Frug sends Jones daily sales totals for the Infowars store, as well as the sales for the top-selling products on September the 21st, 2019. And was Owen on that? No, that was 2018, September. Yeah. Frug sends Jones to inform him about a 900% retail markup assigned to a beet juice extract product called VasoBeet. The Infowars store lists VasoBeet, calls it a powerful beet formula that takes advantage of one of nature's most hardworking nutrients. Here's the text message from Tim Frug, Frugy to Alex Jones, 10:11 a.m. Emailed all the plugs to Drew and all the producers. The retail for VasoBeet will be $39.95. And sell for $19.95. Our cost is at $4. That's a 900% retail markup. Well, looks like, Alex, you ain't going to have to sell your fishing boat. You sell a couple bottles of them, right, brother? In addition to its own website, Infowars also sold VasoBeet and other products on Amazon in a custom-branded Infowars Life store at the time. They also sold what they described as cognitive enhancement products with name brands like Brain Force and I'm so excited. And what was the other one? The Red Real pill. Gee whiz, who else takes that?
On that note, I want to pause for a second. I want to direct our audience to this link right here above my head. I want everybody to click and go to InfoWarsStore.com, support the broadcast, support what we're doing, getting guests like David Hawkingfar and others to come give us unbelievable advice. David, do you shop at Infowars Store?
I do, and I enjoy the Turbo Force Plus and the Brain Force Plus. I think every attorney should have that in their arsenal.
Nice. Excellent. Yeah, some of those late nights crunching documents, I can't imagine how you get through without something like a TurboForce Plus. So
Absolutely.
click the link, go to InfoWarsStore.com, support the InfoWar, do your part, keep us on the air, and keep us bringing you guests like this. Going back to our interview.
No, what was that? I want some. It was personally endorsed by David Hockenfar. I want it. Totally want it. I want brain meth. I totally do. I want to be smart like everybody else. I'm not smart. I'm dumb. I'm dumb like everybody, except I'm not, but I want to be smart. They also sell products described as cognitive enhancement products, names like Brain Force and the Real Red Pill. It should be another great day. Frug and Jones start pushing packaged food buckets. This is amazing. Produced by a company called My Patriot Supply under their Ready Hour brand around January of 2020. This is right when everything started cooking, right? The tech show, Jones sold the buckets, which claimed to be designed to last for at least 25 years of storage. During the broadcast, where Jones hyped an impending war with Iran, he also pushes the buckets at the very beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, weaving the sales pitches between bleak, apocalyptic narratives about a country sliding into ruin. Remember I played a video of Owen doing that recently on the one of the last money pushes for buying him more land. He was talking about, don't blame me when society collapses around you. Where are they going to go, Owen? Where? To your house? Which is where Beartaria campground is? Are they going to go lay on a pile of cow shit in Missouri somewhere? Get out of here. Joke. Wake up. Bleak apocalyptic narratives about a country sliding into ruin. On January the 27th, 2020, Frug sends Jones daily sales reports about the food buckets from Tim Frug to Alex Jones, 8:04 at night. $110,000 in food today, just today, equates to almost $70,000 of profit in one day. The next day, Jones asks another Infowars on-camera performer, David Knight, who's he's so far away from Jones and Infowars, it's awesome. David Knight, I always liked him. He was just a no, frills, very, level guy. And he was a great reporter. He does his own thing. But there was an issue he would not bend on. And Alex, I guess he got fired or left. But Alex Jones tells David Knight to start pushing the food products to the audience. Yeah, push. We made $70,000 in one day of pure profit. That is pure profit, it says. Alex Jones to David Knight. This is the very next day. I'm going to send you the talking points on the key food plug. On his afternoon broadcast on the 28th, Jones stoked fear about impending food shortages caused by the pandemic. Guys, we need to grow our own food. Beartaria, you put a tomato plant on your windowsill. That's Beartaria, guys. No, forget about the $1 million. No, forget all that. No, Beartaria. Oh, yeah. Beartaria is in your mind. Beartaria, it's in your heart. So at the exact same time, Owen Benjamin's running the same Psyop, you know what I mean? But for him, the money's a little different and the reasoning's a little different, but the Psyop's the same. Storable foods is selling out everywhere. Oh, goody, I can be Alex. Storable foods is selling out everywhere. Most of the big storable food suppliers are already sold out. Because they sold out to big institutional groups. My Patriot, that puts out Infowars Select, That's their entire line of food, just with the Infowars sticker on it. It still has the food. They're still able to guarantee delivery within 7 to 9 days, Jones tells his audience. On January the 29th, the day after the on-air warning, Frug sends Jones text to tell him that Infowars has pulled in $245,000 in food sales in one day. Round about this same time, Owen Benjamin is I've played the clip. It's a Milker Nation clip. It might be, I don't know. I've played the clip. Owen Benjamin said, guys, we have 10%, which was $1.5 million to 200 or to 2 million, which would have been $200,000. We raised over $200,000 in one day. Owen Benjamin said that around the exact same time that Alex Jones is selling $245,000 in food sales in one day. Then from Tim Frug to Alex Jones, Tuesday, $400,000 in food sales. Winter Sun, 1,196, X2, 648, Immune Gargle, 6. So total right there is $245,000 in food sales. But the total take is $405,000. Frug then expresses continued optimism about sales, writing to Jones, should be another great day. The CPAC stunt leads to sales. Hate Watch graph shows a bump in sales that coincide with stunts Jones and his team pushed in and around the annual Conservative Political Action Conference, which is CPAC, which ran from February 26th through the 29th. After being banned from the main CPAC conference, Jones spoke at an alternative venue along with pro-Hitler live streamer Nick Fuentes. So I want to show you guys this. This is the total sales per day from the Infowars store. This is daily sales figures sent by text messages from Tim Frug to Alex Jones, August 2019 through May the 20th. Now, I know it's hard for you guys to see that, so I'm going to blow this up for you here, right here. Okay. This is every day. You see, every one of these lines represent the data they have for that day. Here's the two. I don't know if you guys can see that. Let me see. Yeah, here's the 203. Yeah, this is the $200,000 mark. Okay. So every day they're making close to 200,000. Then right here, starting December the 13th of 2019, look at this. And then, like he said, Hate Watch says it coincides with the stunts they did at CPAC. There was days here in the week of the 23rd through CPAC that they exceeded $800,000 a day. $800,000 a day. For a week straight, they did nothing under $700,000 a day. I'm going to have to sell my fishing boat. Keep the lights on here at Infowars. By the way, Vaso Beats on sale, 50% off, $19.95. Now, I mean, we're making barely to cover the ink that's on the label. We might make a couple cents there on the back end, but, I still want to sell my fishing boat, guys. I mean, we got to keep the lights on here. Buy Vaso Beat, get Christmas bait. $1 million a day almost. $1 million a day. 900% retail markup. We ended up about, this is Frug to Alex Jones. We ended up about 810,000 yesterday. It's going to take me a bit to calculate what percentage of that was food, but it's looking about 650 to 700,000 in food sales. And we've already sold 100,000 today. It was only 6:45 in the morning. Jones replies by sending Frug a praying hands emoji, thumbs up emoji, and an emoji of a ghost with its tongue hanging out. Frug continues sending updates about sales throughout CPAC, including the February 27th warning they're running out of food. They're selling more food than the company could produce. We ended up with about 750,000 total yesterday. Looks like food sales was about 625 to 650. Matt just informed me that we're 6 to 8 weeks now for delivery. We're out 6 to 8 weeks. He doesn't anticipate it going over 8 weeks no matter what. We are selling more food daily than he can physically produce. And he's now getting other factories to help package. It's absolutely bonkers. Alex Jones says match their terms. 5 weeks. It says rather than remove the oversold products from the store, Jones continues to push sales, knowing it's going to be months before people get their food. Months. The product page for each item on the info store leveraged the shipping delays to stoke more fear. Please note, ladies and gentlemen, we're under the biggest demand due to surrounding world events. With each passing minute, orders will get more delayed in delivery. Secure your order today. Plug on the Infowars store. Claim January the 30th. Yeah. And then here he is on Thursday the 21st of 2019. Store bringing in over $137,000 in one day. Tuesday, $137,000. Brain Force, Super Blue, and all that shit, whatever. Yeah, I mean, you guys get it. My throat's going, my voice. Oh, yeah, there's a thing about the Attorney General because in March of 2020, they're saying, it's going to help, cure whatever. I'm not going to talk about it, but you know what he was doing. So preventing the COVID-19 infections, they had the mouthwash and this and all these products and shit, whitening and whatever, iodine. $323,000 in one day. So it took them a month because the Attorney General in New York sent them a cease and desist, and he ignored it for like a month. Why would he? When you're making $500,000, $3 to $5 to $7 to $800,000 in sales every day. Yeah. Oh yeah. Selling masks before condemning them. A few days later, Jones and his business manager shifted tactics again by April 16th of 2020. The deadly COVID-19 pandemic was dominating news cycles worldwide. That day, Frug sent Jones a photo of a cloth mask with the Infowars.com logo on it. And Jones declared they should sell them to the audience. Alex Jones says to Tim Frug at 7 o'clock at night, buy 20,000 of them, but get a lower price. Hate Watch found that Jones sold 3,458 masks in 2 weeks, rocketing the product to one of the top-selling spots on the Infowars store. Despite this run of mask sales, Jones hosted an anti-mask rally just a little over 2 months later on June the 28th, the state capitol building in Austin, Texas, where Infowars is headquartered. He arrived at the rally in his armored tank and led a crowd in chants of USA 1776, Mossad for days. By deception, thou shalt do war. Right? Yeah, so where's all this going, Covert Radio, you ask? Yeah, they're juicing up the views on Infowars. From Michael Zimmerman to Alex Jones. Added text to the description. We could also just reset the view count if you prefer to something like 35,000 and it'll go. They just play around. Nobody knows. Nobody knows the real views. Here's the best one. There's a 4 times multiplier on band.video right now. And I mean, you know, the views are a quarter of the size on the back end as they are on the front end. This was an actual text. Shell companies and obscure domains, right? Let's see here. Oh my God. Zimmerman purchased nearly 200 domains to host Infowars linked content. I'm taking a note out of the cue from out of the book of Daddy's book. Infowars employee created Free Creek Media as one of the few shell companies they registered in 2019. Hate Watch reviewed the data leak from the domain name registration company Epic, indicating that Zimmerman purchased the domains freecreekmedia.com and freecreek.media from Epic on December 20th and 23rd. He listed himself as the principal at Valium Holdings, LLC, and purchased ValiumHoldings.com from Epic on November the 14th. Then, Valium Holdings is listed as a managing member of Free Creek Media, LLC, right? Boy, does that sound familiar. Isn't this what I've been covering with Sam, with his fucking sheltless... It's a program. It's a listen, and they didn't invent it. They're following it. Do you understand that? On and on and on. Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Free Creek Media, JEDKH, LLC, all this shit, da-da-da. And then Robert Dew, let's see here. Oh, no, okay, that was the principal. Oh, it was the principal of Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, LLC. A lot of times they would open an LLC in order to open a website, in order to make T-shirt sales and have that company dedicated to that. Drucker, the former Infowars employee, told Hate Watch. It was another way of hiding where, quotations, things came from, or brackets, where things came from. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is about Gavin McInnes. Gavin McInnes's efforts to buoy Rex Jones' visibility on the far right in part 2 of the series. Now, Gavin McInnes, Alex Jones' son, Owen Benjamin. How many degrees of separation? Promo code Shapiro, right? Tom Pappert. I'm not getting into this. My voice is going. And there's one more thing I want to get into. Let me think. Let me just make sure. Products nonstop. Okay, Drucker, the former Infowars employee, told Hate Watch that Jones staff are dropping off like flies now, abandoning the extremist due in part to the toxic perception of the brand. Same thing's happening to Owen Benjamin. Same thing's happening to Beartaria. And that's only because of us and our media. And again, I mean, where are we lying? We're not creating propaganda. We're just trying to keep up with the slithering snake himself, in my opinion. Oh, boy. Yeah. Oh, Sheldon Adelson. Wait a minute. Oh, Alex. Okay, wait. A 917 area code number texted Jones nearly 1 a.m. on April the 27th, 2020. The number appears to belong to J.J. Eisman, one of 3 producers of the film. It was Alex Jones. Alex's War. Eisman inserted what he describes as a photo of himself in a thread. The image differentiates him from the other two producers. Hate Watch reached out for a comment to Eisman and left him a voicemail, but he did not respond. From Alex's War producer to Alex Jones. Dear Alex, I'm a good friend of Cernovich and Ali Alexander and a huge fan of yours for 15 years. Here's an amazing film I produced, the best documentary at the 2020 South by Southwest on Amazon, directed by Alex Lee Moyer. Ali Alexander and Mike Cernovich are radical right figures who helped push Stop the Steal disinformation campaign in the run-up to pro-Trump mob storming the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th. Okay, so from producer mentions an Alex. The producer mentions an Alex. Alex Moyer, a woman who eventually directed Alex's War. Alex is also a huge fan. She's also very interested in potentially doing a documentary on the great AJ. She's very good at dealing with libs. Her dad is a liberal that runs Sheldon Adelson's newspapers in Vegas. Okay, yeah. All right, so that's that. Now, I know this is a lot, man. I know. Oh, boy. This might have to be part 2 because my voice is gone. I mean, I guess I could try to get through it here. This is where it gets crazy. And this is where the Psyop starts showing up, in my opinion. Alex Jones on alleged FBI monitoring of Nick Fuentes. It's a trap. 2 years before Alex Jones partnered with Nick Fuentes through his streaming website, Cozy TV, Infowars performer Millie Weaver warned Jones against associating with the anti-Semite, claiming that the FBI monitored him. Tech show. Jones started simulcasting his Infowars show through Fuentes' Cozy TV streaming service in February 2022. Nothing is by accident. Nothing is by accident. Nothing. This has all been war gamed out to the T by one of the biggest Israeli intelligence operations in the world, Stratfor. I promise you. I promise you. So, again, you cannot take it for face value. You cannot. Just pay attention. See, Millie Weaver, again, so many people are like her where they just take things at face value. They don't know really what Alex Jones is tied into. I believe that. Okay, so suggesting that he ultimately ignore Weaver's warning. Prior to announcing his public-facing relationship with Fuentes, the two men helped Trump push lies about stolen election in the run-up to the January 6, 2021 attack. That, again, was a hinge point. That was a filter point right there. They needed January 6th, and I talked about it. I don't know if that video is still online. The January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol, separately, they both appeared outside of the Capitol on the day of the insurrection and riling up their fans, right? Yeah. Okay. Weaver claims that a man named Matthew Colligan confessed to her that he monitored Fuentes and his friends and relayed the information about them to the FBI. Colligan went by the pseudonym Millennial Matt in the run-up to attending the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, and associated himself with the alt-right era internet performance like Timothy Baked Alaska Guinea. Colligan seems to have kept a lower profile in the years that followed that event. He resurfaced in Hate Watch's reporting when he appeared around Fuentes in photos, as Weaver mentions. More recently, Culligan appears to have orbited around a cluster of radical right figures who live in Idaho. Matt Young, which is an alias Culligan is believed to use in Idaho. Okay. Because Hate Watch tried to reach out to Culligan. They also tried a number associated with a guy named Matt Young, because that's a known alias of Culligan. Hate Watch reached out to Jones and Fuentes by email for this story, as well as other extremists who knew Culligan in the run-up to the 2017 Unite the Right event. I went out and hung with the Groypers at the bar last night, Weaver says. Weaver first raises her concerns about Fuentes to Jones via text on March 1st, 2020. Days before, Fuentes held his first America First Political Action Conference, which he promotes as an alternative to the relatively more mainstream CPAC. Around the same time, on February the 26th, Jones had joined Fuentes and several other prominent far-right figures at a Washington, D.C. event called Emergency Save the First Amendment Summit, sponsored by Infowars-linked website National File. When Fuentes spoke at the event, Jones praised him, saying, "This is a good guy right here. He's not a bad guy." The next day, on February the 27th, a Hate Watch reporter briefly attended a private Infowars event at a venue a few blocks away from CPAC. Hate Watch observed Fuentes among the crowd. Here's Millie Weaver text to Alex Jones. I went and hung out with the Groypers at the bar last night to find out info about them. An intoxicated leader in their group, close to Nick, told me that yes, Fuentes is anti-Semitic, and most of them are. Also, that many of them were arrested in Charlottesville and became FBI informants. Also told me about how one of their guys committed suicide over it. On another note, White House admins told me the Groypers have the Democrats and Taliban behind them. Do you understand what's going on here? Do you understand what you're involved in? Idaho. A hill to die on, a hill to grow on, more like a hill to die on. Countless Infowars supporters that buy products kept asking me, why is Alex promoting the Groypers? And expressed their willingness to stop supporting you financially. I doubt 20-year-old Groypers will want to buy supplements, but the older and wiser crowd isn't digging it. That was from Millie Weaver to Alex Jones. Hate Watch determined that Fairbanks posted the same. Okay, so here's Weaver singles out Culligan to Jones as being linked to the FBI. And here's the picture right there. Millie Weaver to Alex Jones at 10:16 p.m. The guy in the red hat is who told me all that info at the Irish pub. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I was making sure I didn't miss something. Okay, so Alex Jones answers Millie Weaver in the morning. Says it's a trap for sure. It's a trap. Okay. Millie Weaver to Alex Jones. Yeah. He also told me he used to work at Planned Parenthood before he switched his political ideology. Geez, let's see here. Now, who else has switched? And I've pointed this out among many other things. That's why I keep saying Owen Benjamin version 33, because there's Owen the liberal, Owen the Democrat with mommy, making fun of the Trump supporters, and Mommy talking about the poor white who think Trumpy's going to save them. I totally agree, Mommy. I totally agree. Then there's there's Owen Benjamin, the co-host of the War Room on Infowars with Owen Schroyer, and we're going to talk the Kavanaugh confirmation hearings, and I'm a political analyst now. Okay, so there's that version. Then there's the pro-Trump, which is what a lot of bears believe Owen was. Let's see here. What else? There was, Owen, hey, I love Ben Shapiro. He's like my son. There's Owen, let me promote Prager and Zionist ideology. Then there's Scruffy Beard Owen, ready to start a compound in Missouri, in Idaho and then Missouri, right? He's a plant. It's a psyop. How do you go from Planned Parenthood representative to a Hitler lover in the blink of an eye? Just like, Owen, how do you go from a Christian to a Muslim in literally a blink of an eye? There's nothing real about you, and I've exposed all of it. And yes, he said he used to be a Hitler advocate during the Charlottesville stuff. Jones refers to the situation as an op, a psyop, a counterintelligence. What? So an operation? Okay. You should know, Alex, right? You should know. You absolutely should know. And you should also know, maybe you should tell Millie why you are snuggling up or told to snuggle up and vouch for and promote Nick Fuentes. Maybe you should do that, because that is going to pay off very soon. Trust me. Jones refers to the situation as an op, connotating something fraudulent staged by a political enemy or government agency. It's an op for certain. An after party where the gropers were, and when Hate Watch called Weaver, she immediately recalled the messages she sent Jones, warning him about Fuentes. She specified that when she wrote many of them were arrested at Charlottesville and became FBI informants, she meant certain prominent Unite the Right attendees like Colligan, but not necessarily Fuentes or his other friends. She said she based the text on what Colligan allegedly confessed to her. She said Colligan portrayed the obligation as being stressful for the Unite the Right attendees who were allegedly cornered by federal law enforcement. Cassandra Fairbanks invited me to an after party where the groupers were and Nick Fuentes. At the bar, Weaver recalled of the night that inspired the text. Fairbanks is a junk news blogger who currently works for the YouTube performer named Tim Pool. Hate Watch reached out to her for comment by email, but she didn't respond. Weaver told Hate Watch that Colligan then confessed to her that he is part of Nick Fuentes' crew and keeps tabs on Nick Fuentes at the behest of the FBI. Okay? So that is one of the reasons that I was trying to warn Alex Jones, Weaver said, referring to Colligan's alleged confession that he was an informant. He said that him and a bunch of his people got rolled up on by the FBI after Charlottesville. Okay. Millie Weaver to Alex Jones. Fuentes created his army of gropers, Goyim grippers, to destroy what he calls conservative Inc. He created terms. I'm not falling into the trap of using them. Just like crushing, and we've gone over all the psychological warfare of Owen Benjamin and the terms, the lingo, it's late. Millie Weaver to Alex Jones. It only benefits the Democrats that get conservatives infighting. Sounds familiar. Gropers also hate Israel and use Trump's support of Israel to drive people away from Trump. And yes, Nick is an anti-Semite. In addition to partnering with Fuentes through his streaming website, Jones also helped boost Fuentes' name recognition in December of 2022 when he hosted The White Nationalist along with Kanye West on Infowars. Jones hosted the men on his website at a moment when the embattled rap star's anti-Semitic comments were made national news. West now goes by the moniker Ye, praised Hitler on Jones' show. Jones later attempted to distance himself from the comment by describing West's interest in Hitler as being homoerotic. Sounds like Owen Benjamin, right? Because everything's homoerotic to Owen Benjamin. Isn't that weird? Fuentes' alleged LGBTQ plus hypocrisy don't know what cat boys are. On the same thread, Weaver alleges that Fuentes is gay. Fuentes is a virulent misogynist who often references so-called incel subculture, meaning men who are involuntarily celibate. Frequently absorbs homophobic comments from other extremists, in addition to frequently disparaging women. Fuentes has urged his male followers not to have sex with them. Owen Benjamin has urged his followers that, what was it? I forget what it was. You were just talking about that as well with the Hodge twins. I should have had it ready. He said, having sex with women is gay. That's what Nick Fuentes said. Homosexuality is silly, Fuentes told his audience on January the 16th of 2022, live stream in response to rumors that he has had sex with men. When you're with your friends and you're growing up, it's like a joke, you know? Everyone understands that. McNeil, one of the white nationalists who appeared in the photo Weaver shared, defected from Fuentes' group in May of 2022. He was Fuentes' roommate. And on a live stream, he accused Fuentes of searching his bed for semen stains using a black light as part of an effort to control his sex life. Simon Dickerman, another one of Fuentes' collaborators, defected at the same time and described Fuentes as America's first group as a homosexual death cult. Millie Weaver to Alex Jones. Nick also secretly runs around on dates with male prostates that identify as cat boys while bashing gay people. Then Alex immediately won. What's this? Something new. Yeah. I don't know. What are cat boys? Can you send me a link? You got a link? No, you didn't say that. I don't know what cat boys are, he says. Millie says to Alex, it's like identifying as a cat. Catboy refers to men or non-binary people who dress or behave as cats, often in a manner that evokes fetishistic homoerotic play. Weaver could be referring to one specific internet performer associated with Fuentes. Fuentes and Tor Gasfuson Brooks, a video streamer who uses the name Catboy Cammy online, appeared together in a live stream in late 2019. Fuentes explained his relationship to Catboy Cammy on a live stream, saying, it's because he has a good sense of humor. It's because he's good looking. Here we go, okay? Cooligan turns up in Idaho, a hotbed of hate. The alleged federal informant, Cooligan, appears to have relocated. Now, this is I don't know. This is a weird Coraline. How do you say that? Corday-Orlean, Cordo. I mean, you know, it's like one of those things where you got to be local, I guess. Cordoline. I don't know. Coeur d'Alene, I think is what it is. Yeah, it's Coeur d'Alene. It's late. So, where were we at? Yeah, Cooligan turns up in Idaho, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The alleged federal informant, Cooligan, appears to have relocated to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho in recent years. Now, here's what's interesting. Coeur d'Alene is literally about 40 minutes directly south of where Owen Benjamin lives. So you get on, if you're in Coeur d'Alene and you want to go to Owen's house, you go on 95 North, you're there in like 40 minutes. That's how close, okay? Just to keep that in perspective. Idaho in recent years, long regarded as a hotbed of radical right activity, that region of Idaho has recently attracted a younger group of high-profile extremists who seek entry into mainstream politics, including former Identity of ROPA member David Riley and anti-Semite Vincent James Fox. Anybody, any of the bears up there know any of these guys? Are they bear adjacent? Are they bears? Daniel Walters, who covers extremists in the region for the publication Inlander, which has also covered Owen Benjamin, observed to Hate Watch that Colligan appeared on the Idaho scene quietly, and after several other figures had already settled there. Walters noted that Colligan sometimes goes by the alias Matthew Young in Idaho. Young may be a name taken from Colligan's mother's side based upon review of his family's social media accounts. Arrest records show Idaho State Police charged Colligan with DUI on the 28th, carrying a concealed weapon under the influence, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he also has 2 registered cars to an address in Coeur d'Alene. He has a Cruise and a Subaru Forester. His low profile after Unite the Right. Hate Watch contacted the bigoted internet performer from former Florida congressional candidate Laura Loomer, who knew Colligan during the run-up to the Unite the Right event in Charlottesville. She alleged at the time that Colligan harassed her, taunting her with sexual and anti-Semitic remarks. Loomer's a Jewish woman, da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a low profile. Hate Watch also reached out to Richard Spencer, who knew Colligan during the run-up to propaganda for his movements. Top management. I'm sorry. Okay. The Massachusetts-based local publication Mass Live reported on Colligan's attendance at Unite the Right in September 2017 and spoke to people who knew him. The publication described Colligan as performing a seemingly 180-degree political flip in the aftermath of Trump's election before giving a voice to white nationalist views. Okay, alleged FBI informant, alleged agent, directly tied to Fuentes, who is insanely promoted by Alex Jones, which again is a war program that's running and will pay off, I promise you. And Elon Musk is involved with it as well, and especially Trump. Again, it all points back to Trump. But seemingly 180-degree political flip. I'm asking, is Owen Benjamin an FBI informant? Maybe. He did a 180 political flip. He's done 180 political flips, right? Police arrested dozens of members of a white supremacist group, Patriot Front, in Colligan's hometown of Coeur d'Alene in June of 2020, after they attempted to disrupt a local LGBTQ pride event. You understand what's going on here, guys? This is a counterintelligence program. And honest to God, there's very little doubt in my mind that Owen Benjamin is involved closely in COINTELPRO, if not an FBI agent himself. That's just an opinion. Controlled opposition is the use of black propaganda mostly. And saboteurs, like a bunch of cult of bear-tarded people, drooling idiots, who are under the control of a general, of a leader of the opposition. All you have to do is look at who Owen has activated. The vast majority of bears are bigot, racist, degenerates. They're tribe member fancy boys, some of them, like Permy Bear. And the women bought the media fairy tale. The same one Alex Jones promotes. Isn't that weird? None of it's real. None of it's real. There's a mass level of manipulation. It's a psyop. The deeper understanding of what's happened is up to people like Covert Radio and those of us on the Covert Radio Tribunal. Because I understand the mammalian mind. I understand it to a insanely developed manner. Owen Benjamin has capitalized on every step of what it takes to create a controllable group of people. He's focused. There's an acronym. There's an acronym that's thrown around by somebody who is they're like a wizard themselves. They're say they're a former military chief, and they teach persuasion and influence. They teach psychology operations for a living. Okay? They teach it. Most of their clients want to know how to sell shit. Okay? But they don't understand it's more than words. Because a lot of them are focused on, they'll show me, or they'll show whoever their top salesman, and they'll be like, we need to build a system around what he says, what he does. He's the top seller here. He's the top earner. It's not who he is at all. It's what he's saying, right? It's what he's saying. People get focused on words, which is, it's understandable. I prioritize words. It's a tactic. There's no magic recipe. There's a lot of things you can do with words. But to make something stick, to make it real, you have to have focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. Those are the 4 major components. Owen has authority over the tribe and the female emotion. And when he's feeling the sense he's losing it, he starts bawling and crying and wearing a pink salmon shirt. Owen understands psyops. He understands psychology. He's a wizard. And I'm at a point now where I really wonder if he is CIA or an informant. I mean, it's all on the table. Look at the degrees of separation. Idaho. Republican Club hosts speech by anti-Semite January 6th attendee. They're all going to Idaho. Far-right propagandist Vincent James Fox echoed the Great Replacement conspiracy theories. They're all going to Idaho. Is Missouri next? Is that the skipper, or is that the is that the little sub? Is that the little side psyop? Was that the detour, Owen? Is that what's going on? Oh, it's just all a coincidence, right? It's just all a coincidence. Who he knows, where he's been, what he's done. It's all a coincidence, right? Yeah. Believe what you want. You're idiots. You're idiots anyway. And I'm talking to the bears and the ex-bears mostly. Not the Covert Radio core listeners. Not the Covert Radio Tribunal. Because you clearly understand what this is about and what's going on. what people don't understand for the most part is it's not just about speech. It's not just about words. You have to back it up. And Owen has covered every facet of that. That's why I know, and I've been trying to warn you, that he is very dangerous. He knows what he's doing. I've said this 1,000 times. You cannot control your brain on a subconscious level. You cannot. There's things that your brain understands that you don't. And when you have the technology, the know-how, and the, the Israeli intelligence agencies and the CIA techniques at your beck and call, or daddy was in the CIA, and, his post was a college in Saranac Lake, New York, SNYU, right? That's where, he monitored to make sure that BDS wasn't getting too strong on campus, right? They got to have them in the colleges. They have to, because that's where it starts. That's where the anti-Israel lobby starts. And Israel knows that themselves. And I could do 10 shows about that. Owen understands the brain. I've covered it. I've shown you. I've proven it to you. I've given you even the names. You've never even heard of the techniques he uses. How do you think I know them? I am guessing? How do you think I know any of you? Think I'm guessing? It's a psyop. He has controlled opposition. And again, I'll say it again, you should be thanking God, you bears, that the compound did not exist in Idaho. Right? It started forming, new compound forming. Residents present zoning violations to commissioners. They were scrambling. They were doing they saw what was going on. They've been being infiltrated. It's almost like the illegal evasion from the border. People, I live in a sanctuary city. I feel the invasion. You don't think the people in Idaho know what's going on? Concerned residents near Moy River along Earl Lane Road spoke to county commissioners on Tuesday. Alleged Ruby Ridge style compound forming in Boundary County. Pictured above is Owen Benjamin, who neighbors say has violated zoning provisions in the neighborhood. Yeah. The reality is this. If it's not a psyop, okay, and Alex Jones and Trump, we'll just say them too, okay, because Owen's day is coming. He's exposed. See what the way these people work is once you're exposed, your cover's blown, that's it. They shut the door. That's why he's a man without a country. He's a man without a country. Joe Rogan doesn't want him. He trying to kiss his ass today with the Hodge twins. Alex Jones, whatever. Listen, he's out there flapping because he's overexposed. Okay? Listen. If it's not a psyop, if it's not controlled opposition and it's all being war planned out, and I'm talking about Alex Jones and Trump specifically. Again, this all points back to Trump. Don't get it twisted. Alex Jones, directly next to Stratford, one of the biggest Israeli Zionist-run intelligence gathering conglomerations in the world, okay? It's all about Trump, okay? Just like this, they had to dirty the waters, right? They got to make it real. They know people like us aren't dumb. So they got to do shit like this. Right? 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 You see what I mean? They got to do shit like that. Alex Jones, 5 things to know. With his Jewish children and dual citizenship. Yeah. Okay. Stratford, right next door. Stratford email at Infowars.net. One old path. Interchangeable employees, right? It's like this here. You know, what has happened to Alex Jones? Oh, a $1.5 billion settlement? Okay. This was in September 2023. Alex Jones continues extravagant spending while not paying a dime to Sandy Hook families. He ain't going to pay shit. He's not going to pay anything. It's a joke. It's putting dirt under his fingernails, just like Trump. Just like Trump, the great white hope, persecuted too. They tried to take me out. What has happened to Alex Jones? $1 billion lawsuit, millions in attorney fees, several houses. I'm losing Infowars. Oh, I got to keep the lights on today at noon. They're locking the doors. I'm getting locked out tomorrow. Looks like I'm going to have to sell my fishing boat. But what has happened in reality? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Infowars is still in full operation. He's blowing $100,000 a month. Conspiracy theorists spent $93,000 in July. Nothing's happened to him. Oh, yeah, because Elon, the savior of free speech, came to the rescue, stopped the sale of Infowars. The Onion's purchase of Alex Jones Infowars stopped by a U.S. judge. But do you know why it was stopped by a U.S. judge? Because Elon Musk came to the rescue. Alex Jones reveals Elon Musk saved Infowars from being sold to the Onion. Savior free speech. This was 3 months ago. Yeah, okay. What has happened to Trump? Huh? Tell me. The federal election interference case? No. Hush money case just got dismissed. Nothing. No, nothing. The, Georgia election interference case? Classified documents case? What's going to happen? 2 assassination attempts? Okay. 1 bullet grazed him with the perfect photo op in a backwards some bumpkin town in Pennsylvania. Okay. Supposed Tesla car bomb with the perfectly, somebody like a crafter just singeing the edges so they could identify exactly who it was. It's totally ISIS. But what has happened in reality? Nothing. You know what's going to happen? In about 9 days, Trump's going to walk into the White House and pardon himself. And what has happened to Owen Benjamin since we're talking about it? No career, no skills. Sits online every day spewing propaganda, talking points that just mysteriously happen to align up a lot of the times exactly with what Alex Jones was spewing. Has basically a 0 to 1% degree of separation between Alex Jones, Stratford, Israeli intelligence. So does David Hackenfar, right? It's crazy. Crazy coincidental. Fundraises for several years, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for a campground that doesn't exist. Yet he builds himself a $1.6 million estate and fundraises for more years for a concert festival facility that has nothing on it. Nothing. He has low IQ, mentally ill people, same people that support Alex Jones, buying him 70 acres of land. There's no stage. There's no amphitheater. There's no designated camping spots. There's no campground. Nothing. There's no roads. I've showed you updated satellite images. There's no lighting, bathrooms, showers, facilities. There's nothing. But yet he promotes it as a national festival every year. While he laughs at the goyim who come and serve him and his permy spermy bear. The slave boy works for peanuts a day. My magic tomatoes and magic milk. People are so stupid. They don't realize what's going on, what the land is actually being used for. And Owen proudly, as a joke, look at him. As a joke, the goyim, look, he has the superhero stance right here. You pay $400 to go to a 3-day festival. Here's what Owen says. He tweets out. Building a children's play structure during the day. Don't worry, I didn't do any of the carpentry. It's stable. Waka waka. Honk honk. A comedy festival. This is the joke. Him and Permy Bear Squirmy laugh about this shit. All the fancy boys laugh when Owen does shit like this. It's a wink and a nod. A comedy festival with no alcohol. Everybody gets really good sleep because they're working all day on land they bought Owen Benjamin and Permy Bear so that they could have Beartaria beef. Dude, everyone went to bed at 9:30 at night. It's completely silent. At a $400 a person 3-day comedy festival where Owen Benjamin's the only one telling listen. I think it's the hardest crush I've ever seen. Let me get the hero pose, right? Let me ask you guys something. Unless I'm an idiot, does this look like any type of child play structure at all? Because I grew up on a farm, and this looks like a pig pen. Or maybe a place to keep the hay in the wintertime when there's a foot of snow on this ground. Or maybe some shelter for the cows, right? Maybe you're going to stack some hay up there and have a staircase going up to throw it down for the cows because it's tarped. Maybe a roof on top that keeps shit out of the weather. This definitely is not a child's play toy, a playground. But this is what he says. The goyim built me. Look, they're building stuff for my Beartaria beef company. Look at this. And all I got to say, they bought the lumber. They're doing the work. He laughs at you. He laughs at you. Permy Bear laughs at you. You're on their land that is used in reality for Beartaria Beef Company. That's it. No fucking amphitheater there. And there's no campground anywhere. Slave boys there cutting hay. Picking tomatoes. Builder buddy. Yeah. Right? Where are they at? Come on. Here they are. After the 500,000th stroke of this idiot's beard, I'm going to have to shut it off.
See you, Wobbly. It's like people, our desires, what we want happens to a degree that's getting like scary. It's like, oh, why don't I get the money from Israel? Why don't I get the money from Ukraine? I'm like, dude, you know what that money's for? They're buying like their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Like Ukraine got fucking rocked. You know, it's like, what does that money go to? It's like, it goes to like weapons and all this shit for them to go. It's like, why don't I get a bazooka and die? You know, it's like, what do they, it's crazy that people want that shit.
Totally. But, you know, people
want all kinds of, like, there's so many people that just want free. They don't care what it is. It's just free. And that equates to being good and valuable in their mind. Like, or like
that's
cheap.
how I am. Like Mexicans. It's like, yeah, give me more of them. I'll take them. I'll own them. That's what I was saying about the squirrel. I'm like, how come, if let's just say hypothetically I own slaves. I don't obviously, but can the state just take my peanut?
Right.
But that's a squirrel. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought we're talking about property. Let's just say this whole thing happened in 1863 and no one seemed to give a shit.
Yeah.
You know, when the state came in and took peanut and walnut and acorn, you know?
Great slave names, you know? It's just like how we name the cows. They spend all day out.
You have two fancy boys on the bottom, two tribe members, banker and a fancy boy, the Zionist boys on the bottom. Then you have some idiot on top offering his kids to Owen Benjamin. His wife won't dare say a fucking word because she's addicted to daddy's money, which fancy boy on top, his daddy's a FEMA contractor, among other things, dealing in the food industry. So they have access to tons of money. These are all upper brass, upper echelon people. And I cannot deal with this. I just can't. I cannot deal with it. None of you idiots are winning except people like this in this cult. None of you. You're not gaining anything. You're not getting anything. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at you. Trust me. Just like Alex Jones laughs and brags in private that he can sell dick pills to anybody, and how everybody at Infowars looks down on the low IQ idiots that buy the fucking shit that they hustle, right? Can't even deal with it. I can't even look at this clown. They just look so evil to me. After this, one of them, Bowler Bear, hey, Daddy, what's sodomy? Fucking joke demons. You know, just want to get to two more things. One, and I'm just going to go through this really quick. People act like Elon Musk. Just wake up, man. Just wake up. What do you think you're putting shit into a high Earth orbit? There's no space. You think you're putting shit in a high Earth orbit without the governments? But come on, wake up. Are you that stupid? Yeah, Elon Boychik, welcome to the tribe. Elon Musk says he aspires to be Jewish. Where to begin? This was January the 28th, 2024. Here we go. Like I said, the plan's in motion already. We're moving. It's moving. How Elon Musk caved into Zionist lobby and allowed Palestine censorship on X. Well, Owen Benjamin can go on there and scream N-word. Listen. I was even censored on X. It gets better. Elon Musk says he's Jewish by association after Auschwitz visit, says almost no anti-Semite. Here's the best part of this, though, because it's all going to come full circle. It's already underway, okay? Listen, they're always going to play into race politics. Look at this. Elon Musk blames LA wildfires on black firefighters. This was published. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. This was January. This was 2 days ago. This was published. How does it just keep getting worse? Oh, it's going to get a lot worse. Just wait. Here's the best part. This should tell you where we're going, who's going to be blamed for it, And how do you know you're not going to be forced into compulsory military because we're going to be attacked? Oh, maybe from the inside. They've been priming everybody that the white man is the biggest terrorist in the United States. Above all else. Oh, maybe they'll come from Idaho. Yeah. Okay, so Elon Musk shocks Iran's Khamenei. The Zionist regime made a mistake. This is Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, and this was what? How many days ago? Oh, this is a few months ago. The Ayatollah Khamenei. They were attacked by Iran or by Israel. The supreme leader here goes on, does his media rounds, right? What he didn't expect is being banned on X. No free speech, right? Oh, no. It's coming. And just like I said months and months and months ago, what Nick Fuentes is doing on Twitter, it's all going to come to a head, trust me. You know, what's funny is, Trump, he's gonna do this and this and that, and all the immigrants going sent back to their country. Yeah. Well, Biden extends time in U.S. for 1 million Venezuelan Salvadorians as Trump readies for immigration crackdown. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Amazon and all these Disney workers live in poverty. They're all so willing to hurry up and make America great again, right? Idiots. So ready to do it. They can't wait to bring the huge union negotiations back to the table fair rights for workers, health benefits. Oh, yeah, they can't wait. Or, let's see here, we're going to keep cheap labor here, subsidized by the Zionist-run government with fake money, fiat money. Let's see here. What are we going to do? Cut into our profits or let the government pay for it? Yeah, I think they're going to stay a while, aren't they? Right? Yeah, and that's just not. That's 600,000 Venezuelans, 200,000 Salvadorians, la, 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 la. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere, right? No. Last thing I want to play for you guys here. This is an epic covert radio broadcast. Thank you for staying. Owen Benjamin was somehow this facade of who knows. I'm too tired. Just want to play this one last thing for you. Owen Benjamin was on with the Hodge twins. I was in the chat there. I mentioned something about Owen. Where's the Beartaria campground? $400 for 2 weeks of camping. Some troll in there immediately answered me with, well, how much does a hotel room cost? I was like, oh, who's this? Coddington, Owen? I didn't say that, but in my head, that's what I was thinking in my head. Had all the answers ready to go, all the fixins, you know what I mean? Ready, on edge, waiting till they show up. And I'm talking about the real gammas, right? Talking about the real gammas, right? That's what we talking about? Talking about the real gammas, right? Right? Is that who we're talking about? Let me play this clip for you here. Let me see. Here it is.
So where can people find you?
Dude, this has been a blast, man.
Yeah.
Unauthorized.tv, that's the streaming thing. And then owenbenjamin.com. I have the new special. It's called Must Be Nice. Shot it on my own land. And it's clean. It's like, that's the irony. I've gotten cleaner and cleaner.
Yeah.
Because I'm all about family jokes and chill jokes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's there. And then people can write me letters, P.O. Box 490, Sandpoint, Idaho, 83864. And I'm on Rumble. Owen Benjamin. Rumble's been cool. I'm on Rumble.
Yeah,
Owen Benjamin.
Rumble's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rumble's cool.
Yeah, Rumble's really the only place that's capable. And I'm going to do this right now. Well, maybe I shouldn't, because the last time I went to unauthorized, which is about, I don't know, yesterday, it's the shittiest looking loading site I've been to in probably 15 years. Go to unauthorized if you don't believe me. It loads like you're on a dial-up connection. Owen Benjamin goes to two dudes that are widely respected. He doesn't legitimately tell people where he can be found. What he does is pitches an insanely shitty paywall. Right? That's real. That's true. But, I thought about it and I'm like, well, FBI informant, Israeli intelligence, Psyop, agent in place, counterintelligence, psychological warfare. Now, I know Infowars, I know for a fact does this, because years ago they implemented a chat system. I purposely read every word of the terms and the privacy agreement and laughed. They specifically say in the Infowars privacy agreement that they can hand you agree to, once you hit agree, they may hand your information over to government entities and other third parties. They admit, let me re-explain this. Infowars, Free Speech Systems, Top Brass, a bear, Russian correspondence bear. Okay? Darcy Karpova. Shit's falling out of my mouth right now, okay? Infowars. At one point, on their privacy, I haven't read it in years, on their privacy policy, it blatantly said in black and white, they have the right, they may hand your information over to government entities and other third parties. So I start thinking, like, here's Owen Benjamin, potentially government agent, FBI informant, possibly anything's possible, right? He's by all accounts exposed, and they have the CIA and all the Israeli. They'll drop him. They'll drop him in a second. He's been compromised. Now they may work against him. Maybe they hired me. Yeah, IP harvesting. Okay, is a real thing. I know a lot about it. And I thought to myself, well, you're on Rumble for free every day. And Twitter, and that's where you mainly communicate with people. Yet, on one of the biggest platforms you've been on in a while, with some of the most respected dudes on the conservative side of things, the first thing that falls out of your mouth after they say, well, where can folks find you? Unauthorized comes out of your mouth? The shittiest 28K loading fucking pile of garbage that I've seen in a long time that's a paywall? And I wonder myself, like, it's a very disturbing possibility that Owen Benjamin has been ordered to send traffic there and in order to continue to harvest information from subscribers, as well as maybe anybody who visits the site. Then pass it on to Stratfor, right? Perhaps the government, too. Perhaps the CIA. Who knows? Who knows at this point? All I can do is present the information to you. And the thing I'm going to say is this. If you think this is all a coincidence, right? It's all a coincidence. Just a coincidence, Covert Radio. That's all it is. Just a coincidence, okay? All righty. That's what you think. Coincidence. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, someone who has been trusted, they've been privy to information, they've been behind secured walls, they've been a source, they've been entrusted. All of a sudden, literally in hours, they mysteriously started data dumping private information to the public. They took private DMs, by all accounts, and started publicly data dumping it. The sickening part of all of this is there's been extremely sensitive information that's been dumped to the public in favor of Owen Benjamin and David Hackenfar's legal strategy against Adam Camacho. This is potentially information that, and I mean, this is public. This is public to begin with. This is information that the legal strategy possibly of Adam was told, let's see here. Listen, all I'm telling you is this. There's some weird people around right now. There's some weird actors around, right? There's people that have showed up in the last couple weeks that don't belong here. And they've infiltrated weak-minded people, unstable people, okay? That's not Covert Radio. You're here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. If you want to become part of the Covert Radio Tribunal, and hold people like Owen Benjamin accountable. If you want to support this level of media, become a tribunal member. Join the Covert Radio Patreon. This is Covert Radio, and this is an epic, probably once in a lifetime stream. Next time I stream like this, more than likely, I'm going to be going live, which is coming very soon, very soon. But I need you guys to really consider everything that's put in front of you. And I want to ask you, does it make sense? Things you know that's going on in our neck of woods, does it make sense? And if it doesn't make sense, something is wrong, right? This is brutally honest, fearlessly unapologetic. This is Covert Radio. You guys take care. Have a good day.
1, 2. Check me out right here, yo.
Yo, the sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Better now than never, business before pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam, who you know do it better. Yeah, right, no matter what, we airtight. So when you hear something, make sure you hear it right. Don't make an ass out of yourself by assuming our music keeps you moving. What are you proving? You know that I'm 2 levels above you, baby. Hug me, baby, I'ma make you love me, baby. Talking crazy ain't gonna get you nothing but choke. And that jealousy is only gonna leave you broke. So the only thing left now is God for these cats. And babe, you know you're too hard for these cats. I'ma win cause I'm too smart for these cats. While they making up facts, we making up plaques.
In the commission, you ask for permission to hit him. He don't like me, hit him while wifey was with him. You heard of us, the murderers, most shady. Been on the low lately, the feds hate me. The sun is they say my killing's too blatant. You hesitating, I'm in your mama crib waiting. Duct taping, your fam, destiny lays in my hands. Gat lays in my waist. Francis, M to the is H phenomenal. Gun rest under your vest, body abdominal. Rhyme a few bars so I could buy a few cars. Then I kick a few flows so I could pimp a few hoes. Excellence is my presence. Never tense, never hesitate. Leave a nigga bent real quick, real sick. Wrong nights I perform like Mike. Anyone, Tyson, Jordan, Jackson, action, back guns, ridiculous. And I'm quick to bust if my ends you touch. Kids or girl you touch. In this world I clutch. 2 auto, Matos. Used to call me Fatso. Now you call me Castro. My rap flows militant. Y'all faggots ain't killing shit. Oops, Cristal keeps spilling shit. You overdid it, Holmes. You in the danger zone. You shouldn't be alone. Hold hands and say it like me. The most shady. Frankie baby. Fantastic. Graphic. Trying to make dough like Jurassic. Parked in with the spark kids who start shit. See me, only me. The underboss of this Holocaust. Truly yours, Frank White.